Hello, good morning. My name is Ungt, and I'm the Director General of the Icelandic Food and Veterinary Authority. I would like to start by welcoming you to this symposium on energy drinks and young people. That includes those who follow the seminar or symposium via a direct link on our consumer page on Facebook. This symposium is planned by the Icelandic Food and Veterinary Authority as a part of the chairmanship of Iceland in Nordic cooperation in 2019. The focus is on energy drinks and young people, and that of course includes dietary intakes of caffeine and other substances. There are concerns regarding increased intake of energy drinks and other products with added caffeine, and therefore we have invited to this symposium experts in different fields who will give us overview of the latest knowledge on the effect of these products on sleep and sleep habits, the latest research evidence of the effects of caffeine consumption, risk assessment carried out in Norway regarding caffeine consumption by young people at the age of 8 to 18, the regulation of energy drinks by the Nordic countries, by the governments, setting maximum levels, labeling requirements, and possible restrictions on sale. And finally, we will discuss how authorities, schools, sports clubs, and other players can cooperate in order to ensure that young people are aware of the effects of energy drinks, caffeine, and other substances in order to fight possible negative effects of consumption. The aim of this symposium is also to involve all participants in a panel discussion on the way forward. I would consequently urge you all to raise questions and put forward possible proposals on activities or actions to be taken, whether they would concern the need for further research data, regulation by authorities, and labeling requirements, information campaigns, or other actions needed to focus on the issues discussed here today. Finally, I would like to mention that we will take the results of this symposium for further discussions in the Nordic cooperation, for evaluation of the current status regarding energy drinks, and possible joint actions or activities that could be initiated in order to ensure the health and well-being of consumers, and not least young people in the Nordic countries. The seminar will be chaired by Professor Ingibjörg Gunnarsdóttir. Please take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Jón. I will start by my own presentation as a chair of this session, if I know how to do this. Someone taught me. Escape. It's not working. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, I want to thank you all for being here, and I look very much forward to this interesting agenda that we have here today. And I want to start with why I'm here, because I'm not a researcher in this field. But a little bit more than 1 year ago, I was asked to give a joint lecture for the general public related to children and adolescents, together with a specialist in sleep research. So our joint interest became energy drinks, and I think that many people think that I'm all in to research on caffeine or energy drinks, but I'm not. My expert field is pregnant women and young children. But I'm also heading the Unit for Nutrition Research, and for the past 2 years we have been giving opinions on whether or not the Icelandic Food and Veterinary Authority should give permission to market very strong energy drinks. And I'm not the specialist here either. He is sitting right there, Þórhallur Ingi Halldórsson, and together with Erna Petersen, they wrote these opinions, and I signed it as the head of department. But these opinions are based on opinion from the European Food and Safety Authority, and I have just put up, and maybe you will hear more about this today, their conclusion from this evaluation. And it's important to keep in mind these portions when we talk about the risk, because we have to be able to talk about risk if we want to get something done. So for adults, a single dose of caffeine up to 200 milligrams, approximately 2 cups of coffee, do not give a rise to safety concerns. And similarly, habitual caffeine consumption for about 400 milligrams per day do not give rise to safety concern in non-pregnant adult populations. By habitual intake, it's the average intake over a long period of time. For pregnant women and lactating women, the limit is set to 200 micrograms. And, but for children and adolescents, they claim that the information available was insufficient, but we will hear from Ellen this afternoon something about how the Norwegian did this, and I know that they came up with a very nice limit for young children and adolescents. So this is what we have. The Icelandic situation, in the past 2 years we have had many new products in the market, and these are only a few of them. And we have been worried a lot. And one of the things that we have noticed is that I found this report from 2005, and you can see here that those products that were containing the highest amount of caffeine at the time, they only contain part of the caffeine that is included in the drinks that we have on the market today. So maybe most of you are familiar with Bomba, Cult and Magic, the strongest drinks on the market in 2005. They contain 160 to 70, 80 milligrams per caffeine per liter. But the most popular drinks on the market today, and those that you see labeled with 105 in the can, they contain 320 milligram caffeine per liter. And that one is allowed according to the regulations you will hear about this afternoon. But then we have got these applications for even stronger drinks up to 555, 540 milligram caffeine per liter, and those should be labeled that they should not be sold to children, and with other labeling as well. But do we have reasons to be worried? And I found this information from the USA that they seem to have some information about how many adolescents are admitted to the emergency room related to energy drink related to emergency room submissions. I don't know, they see an increase in the US, but do we have similar information in the Nordic countries? I don't think that we have the information in Iceland. And I think these information are crucial because this is really bad, and we don't want this to happen. And we need this information to be able to draw stronger conclusions related to the risk of these drinks. So I encourage those responsible to gather this information for the Nordic countries. We have been worried also that children could buy the strongest product, although they should not be sold to children under the age of 18. I think here we see some progress, because I went shopping this Sunday, and I couldn't find any products containing the 180 milligrams per can, corresponding to the 540 milligrams per liter. Not in Kronan, not in Bonus, in my area, in Kópavogur. And I went to Hagkaup, also in Smáralind, and I couldn't buy the 180 milligram per can that you see here without help from the personnel. So the personnel needed to come and scan their, the tag, for me to continue buying this product. So here at least we see some responsibility from the retailers. I didn't go to the small shops around to see how they make sure that these products are not sold to children. But do we have reasons to be worried? And I would say yes, because we are experiencing very rapid change in the food environment. Just in the past 2 years, with limited data to evaluate the risk associated with these changes. And you get really frustrated. We have this last dietary survey of the Icelandic nation. It's only adults, but it's from 2010 to 11. We just started a new dietary survey where we will have new data on the intake. But the consumption of energy drinks in the group of men, 18 to 30, consuming the most in the last survey. If we assume that all these drinks contain 320 milligrams caffeine, this is only 45 milligrams. So we are far from the, at least then, we were far from seeing an alarm. And we don't mention caffeine in the results because it was not such a huge problem back then. I called my colleague Anna Sigríður Ólafsdóttir, who I know is doing research on dietary intake of adolescents. She has data from 2012 to 16, but that data is too old. It's too old because the changes are happening just now. But ongoing data collection, she has another study in children below 12 years, and these results do not give rise to concern that children below 12 are using these drinks. But of course, these are preliminary. But then we have, to capture a change rapid like this one, we need monitoring. And we are so lucky that we have regular monitoring of, from the University of Reykjavík. And we will hear something about that today. But the problem is that in monitoring studies, we don't have the details. We don't have the product name, we don't have the amount, and we cannot calculate how much the children is getting from the total diet and how the energy drinks contribute to the total caffeine intake. So we have the data, we will hear some beautiful presentations, but we need the details to be able to tell about the risk. We have seen figures like this in the newspapers, and also do we have reasons to be worried, claiming that we have been using 5 million liters. If we take the population from 18 to 30 in 2018 in Iceland, it's approximately 69,000 people. That would mean that the annual intake per person would be 73 liters, approximately 200 milliliters per day, corresponding to a 64 milligram coffin. Do we need to worry? We need to worry if only 10% of these people are consuming all these drinks, but we don't know. We don't know how many non-consumers there are. Maybe you have some information from your study about the number of non-consumers, but we need to know the number of non-consumers, because if we look at this on average, it would never be higher than the upper limit for caffeine. So we don't need average number. We need to define the risk groups and see how much they use. But we have reasons to be worried, and we will hear more about this later today, if the caffeine intake is interfering with our sleep. And we have quite many studies showing that if you don't sleep well, you're not able to follow recommendations on dietary intake or dietary recommendations. So you will go for the quick fix. You will go for the unhealthy food. So in my area, this is a huge problem, and might be the biggest problem if you look at the nutrition, that if you interfere with your sleep and you don't sleep, you will not be able to follow recommendations on dietary intake. So that's my view, and we will hear many good lectures today and hopefully get some answers. So thank you. So I'm not sure if anybody has a question. I think that all the questions in your head now will be answered in the next few lectures. So does anyone have a question at this point? No? So the next speaker comes from the University of Reykjavík, Margrét Lilja Guðmundsdóttir, and she will, the name of her lecture is 24/7 Insomniacs, Sleep Deprivation, Energy Drinks and Other Factors, a study in young people.
Good morning. Quite dark title of presentation, true? I was kind of bored always talking about young people, so I was trying to be a little more sexy, if you could say. Dark title, I tried to have the slides more colorful. It's true I'm coming from Sports Science Department, Reykjavík University, but the research are done by rannsóknir og greining, or as we are called in English, Icelandic Center for Social Research and Analysis. And actually, all we know about how much young people are drinking of energy drink come from our study. So, first of all, I want to describe a little bit what our database, what it is, how it looks like. It's called Youth in Iceland, and we have data from 92 until 2019. Rannsóknir og greining, or ISRA, was established in 99, so we are a 20-year-old company. And we do surveys among children in primary school, 10 to 13, then 14 to 16 also in primary school, and then in high school, 16 to 20. And those surveys are extremely unique because it's in a whole population sample. All the students that are attending school that day is participating, and it's not a sample size. And we have around 85% response rate in primary school and around 71, 74 in high schools. So I'm going to show you a lot regarding those data. We've mainly been using our data to build up the Icelandic prevention model, as it's called. And we have done remarkable, the Icelandic society, the past 20 years on delaying substance use among Icelandic children. So we know a lot, the Icelandic society, so we also know what to do with things if we think it's a problem. But we don't only ask about substance and risk factors and preventive factors. We ask all kinds of things regarding health status, anxiety, depression, lifestyle, leisure time, and so on and so forth. So, what does the data tell us? First, I want to look at the primary school, the kids from 14 to 16 years old. Like I said, we have response rate 84%, and I'm going to show you. My role here today is mainly to fill you up with, I like that sound, fill you up with data regarding those kids, so the presentation coming later on can reflect on that also. So I'm going to give you information regarding energy drinks, sleeping habits, health, and screen time. And I'm going to show you a lot of figures, so I hope that you have already had your coffee and your koffín, because I think we are, maybe later, more about that later. So, how often do you drink energy drink? And pay attention, now I'm talking to children in 8th, 9th, and 10th grade. And I'm analyzing it by gender and grade. If you look at don't drink, non-consumer, we see in 8th grade, then we are talking about, the first step in the teenage years. 75% of boys say they don't drink. 25% of them 1 drink or more per day. Energy drink containing caffeine. And it arises as the kids grow older. So in 10th grade, we have 37% of the boys and 33% of the girls who drink at least 1 drink or more per day. And like Ingeborg said, we don't have data on what type of energy or how much caffeine, but let's keep in mind we are talking about children here. And I also want to connect it with sleep, because we think and we see in our data that our kids are definitely not sleeping enough. And I think that same goes for us and the young people in Iceland. So we ask, how many hours do you sleep during night? More than 9, around 8, around 7, around 6, and less than 6. And to keep it short, we say that 7 hours or less is lack of sleep, and that's clear for the Directorate of Health. So we have around 40% of 14 to 16-year-old students in Iceland that do not get enough sleep. 31 in 8th, 42 in 9th, and over half of the kids in 10th grade are not sleeping enough. So if we take a look further into those who sleep 7 hours or less, and energy drinks. So here I'm showing you a picture of how often you drink energy drink per day, analyzed by hour of sleep. Those who sleep 7 hours or less are more likely to drink at least 1 drink or more per day. 59% of them are drinking 1 energy drink a day. 35% of them are not drinking at all. So it's a clear picture there. Those who are not sleeping, those who don't sleep enough, they are more likely to drink energy drinks. And it's really complicated to look at it. What's the cause of it? Am I lack of sleep because I drink too much, or do I drink because I don't sleep enough? So this is what we have to look. And I know Alfgeir is later on going to talk more about the research behind those data. We ask them, how good is your physical health? And here I'm showing you it analyzed by how often energy drinks are consumed. And we don't see that much different when it comes to physical health. But those who say very or rather good, my physical health is very or rather good, 79% of them don't drink energy drink, but 71% 1 or more. And mental health, and I want to make clear those are not questions that we usually use when we are talking about anxiety and depression. Those are just simple questions to them. How good is your mental and how good is your physical health? But it's really interesting to look into it. And when we look at the mental health and analyze it by how often energy drinks are consumed, we see that of those who say it's very or rather good, they are more likely to don't drink energy drink at all. And those who say bad or very bad, 17% of them drink at least 1 energy drink per day. We have all kinds of questions in our surveys regarding screen use or screen time use. I looked at all of them, and I always saw this clear picture, both for the primary school and the high school. I'm going into that later on. And we see when the kids are online, they tend to drink more energy drinks compared to when they are using the computer for schoolwork or playing computer games that are not online. That's quite interesting, but we know that 4 hours or more in screen time can be, effective to them and have a negative effect. And so if we look at how many hours you spend daily on social media and we analyze it by how often energy drinks, we see that those who spend 4 hours or more per day are more likely to use energy drink or drink at least one per day. 36% of them who spend 4 hours or more per day. Compared to, for example, almost no time on social media. It's really hard to find those kids today, but they are there. 4% of them drink one or more per day. So if we look at the high school students, and those figures were shown in the television program yesterday, last night, and it came as a surprise regarding the energy drink to many of the people working with those data or with this information, for example, Directorate of Health and people that we've been talking to. But if you look at the marketing and the picture you were showing before on how well they are marketed, it's not a surprise. If we look at how often you drink energy drink per day, and I show you here a trend from 2013, 2016, and 2018. 2013, 20% of them had drunk at least one per day, 22 in 2016, and 55% in 2018. So the market price goes too. How often do you drink energy drink per day? And I want to show you here also that we don't see that much difference between boys and girls under 18 and 18 years and older. That's really interesting also. Because someone has tried to maybe connect it that high school students drink more energy drink because now the high school is 3 years instead of 4. Changes in the environment, so the young people should maybe drink more than the older ones, but we don't see this different at all. And I think that's really interesting. And also it's interesting to see that our kids have been for a long time without a good night's sleep. 70% of kids in high school, 2004, 2013, 2016, and 2018, are sleeping way too little, 7 hours or less. So it's not something new. And I think it's really important for us to look at ourselves. How are we raising our children? How are we acting? How is our sleep? True? You don't look that tired, but I hope you all had a good 8 hours sleep. And when I give a lot of presentation to parents, and when I tell them that their kids should sleep from 9 to 11, I can't describe the faces I get. From 9 to 11. That's what Directorate of Health has, told rapidly now, past months. So, how often do you drink energy drinks per day? Analyzed by hours of sleep. And here we have high school students. And remember that 70% of the kids are not getting enough sleep. And here we see also a clear picture that those who are sleeping 7 hours or less, 77% of them drink at least one or more energy drink per day, while 65% of them don't drink at all. We don't see this different of those who sleep 9 hours or more. It's really seldom that they sleep that much. But when it comes to 8 to 9 hours, what is, often talked about like the recommended sleep, the good night's sleep is 8 to 9 hours. We see that 34% of them are not drinking energy drinks, while it's 22% of those who are drinking one or more daily. It's really interesting to look at how good is your physical health, because here we don't see any difference, or a really small one. When we analyze it, too often kids are drinking energy drink, or how often they are consumed. My physical health is fair or bad. 22% of them don't drink energy drinks, while it's 23% of those who drink one or more per day. And also when we see very rather good, we don't see much difference. We see a slightly more different when we look at the mental health. How good is your mental health? Of those who say very or rather bad, 62% of them are not drinking energy drinks, and then 57% of them 1 or more per day. But it's also interesting to see how the difference between how they talk about their physical health compared to mental health. And we know, and it has been happening for some years, that the mental health of high school students is not as good as it was. Okay? And then how many hours do you spend daily on social media, analyzed by how often energy drinks are consumed. And here we also see this clear picture of those who are using, or who are, using social media or on social media 4 hours or more per day. They are more likely to drink 1 drink or more per day. And like I saw in the primary school, we see the same picture, screen age use, especially 4 times or more, they are more likely to drink energy drinks. I'm not sure if it's even my role to talk about why and what to do then, but I want us to take a look at ourselves. And here my slides has the title, Old Habits Role Models. We are the role models, and I start the day every morning by filling me up with caffeine, and that's something that my kids see and have been seeing since they were born. We also have to look at how we are raising our kids. What's the most fun night of the year? It's the New Year's Eve. Why? Because you're allowed to wake. And when you're growing up and you're the youngest one in the family, you have to go earliest to bed. Why? Because you're the youngest. When you get older, you're allowed to, stay awake more. We've got something in the youth clubs called all-nighter. That's really popular. We know it's really hard for parents to have a screen time role, because then we have to do something with ourselves, how much we spend on social media or using the computer or the phone. And we also have to make clear that energy drinks are put on market and they are sold by grown-ups. True. And when you look at social media like Instagram, for example, and I don't want to only put it on Nokko, but Nokko is kind of the energy drinks that, I think we sell most of Nokko in the whole world. And it has nothing to do with the total population. We just sell really a lot of Nokko. And I remember when Nokko came first on market, and my sports science students, they all had the can. And I'd never seen the ad about Nokko. And I said, what is it? It's an healthy energy drink, they said to me. Healthy one. So I think we have to really keep in mind it's our role, and we are bringing and raising the kids up. So it's our role. And this is the figure of the substance use of 15 to 16-year-old students in Iceland. And why on earth am I putting it up here? It's kind of a figure that we don't leave home without it, we at ISRA, or rannsóknir og greining. And we had once the highest substance use among 10th graders in Europe. And now the substance use in Iceland is the lowest. So I want to end on this slide. If we think we need to change, we don't, and we don't like the things we see, the numbers we see, the consumption we see, we can change the way we think, true, and then we can act in a different way. Okay. Questions? I'm not going to be here in the end of the day, so if you've got some questions, bring it on. Was it clear?
I have one question. Do you have a mic? Yeah.
It's
I need to talk a little bit more into this microphone before. Okay, now I should come in. Okay, here I am. Do you have, I asked you at the table, and I know that you have the data. Would you be able to reanalyze some of these things, only looking at children consuming 2 or 3 or more? Have you done it?
No.
Do you have it in your mind? No.
I don't have it in my mind, like I
No,
said before.
no,
Thank
no.
God to that. I don't have all the data in my mind. But we can do it. And it's really welcoming that we see that people are interested in looking at the data now. And we have clearly we have got lots of data to analyze. Maybe we are now just arising, there is a high consumption of energy drinks, so we definitely have to do something about it because we are talking about children. And when we are talking about children in 8th, 9th and 10th grade, I think it's really important that we make sure that those are children and they should not drink any at all. But to look at the data in the high school, for the high school students, that's definitely really interesting.
Yeah. And maybe you will get some answers later today, but wouldn't it be plausible that in the same way that you see that by postponing the consumption of drugs until the age of 18, couldn't the same apply for caffeine, maybe sugar, if we postpone it as long as we can? Would that decrease the possibility of somebody getting addicted to?
I think it's clear, and I know Ungt is going to talk a lot about it, but I think, we are the grown-ups. So why on earth is, life of our children full of energy drinks, Why, they are buying it somewhere, that's for sure. And when they go to high school, it's clearly they are allowed to buy some of it at least. But I think it's really important that we realize we see something wrong. There is definitely something wrong with this data, but then we have to do something about it. And to educate, to inform, I'm not sure that all the parents know that has a bad effect on their children. No. Because it's often, of course, then related to sport or physical activity. So we have to educate and inform the parents, that's for sure, like we've done so many years regarding substance use. Why is it bad for their health? And that's our role, the people who are working with the data and the scientists, to inform the general public about, so to speak, how badly it can affect your child.
Do we have questions? Yes?
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. My name is Kaja. I'm from the Norwegian Consumer Council, and we have been working on this topic for several years. And we launched a study just a couple of weeks ago on consumption and also on some factors connecting to energy drinks. And what we see is that among the youngest one, this survey was done among 10 to 18-year-olds. And the youngest one says that they are very much indeed influenced by their social peers, friends, and also commercials in why they are picking up this habit. But while we talk about the older teenagers, we see that more of them, they don't report that as a reason for drinking energy drinks. They report more of it has become a habit, and they are not said that they are under influence from advertising. So have you looked at advertising as well here in Iceland?
Well, not in our data, no, but we don't ask about that. Of course, our questionnaires are 80 questions about everything. So our focus is maybe now just to measure how often you drink it, and so on and so forth. But it's really interesting, and I think it's not a surprise. When you are drinking energy drink for some years, you actually gain a habit, like we started to drink coffee this morning. So, and Ungt, I know he's going to talk a lot about how badly affect and how to get rid of the caffeine, what happens to your body. So yeah. But this is really interesting. And we know that the marketing of energy cigarettes, of energy drinks, electric cigarettes, are for young people, children and young people. That's why we have all these colors and beautiful people and, yeah. Okay.
Have more questions? Yes? Far back. Okay.
I'm sorry,
I was just struck by this sort of the declining trend in substance use among young people in Iceland, and I was wondering what that is attributed to.
Well, that's another 1 hour or 5 hour lecture. Actually, in '98, the shortest version, the situation in Iceland was terribly bad. The town was full of young, drunk people. The researcher at ISRA established the risk and protective factors, the key factors, you know, the well-being, the parental role, the leisure time. So we managed to increase the preventive and lower the risk factors regarding substance use. And this is that's why it's called the Icelandic model, because we have really succeeded as a society. Yeah. In the lunchtime, I can give you the 1 hour lecture, but I'm really happy that you saw the connection, because if we see high numbers, we can change it. And this figure, Miss Trendy, like we call her, and we never leave home without it, it shows us that everything is possible. Okay, thank you.
So now for the next presenter, it's Dr. Erla Björnsdóttir, also from the University of Reykjavík, and she will talk about sleep habits among young Icelanders.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm going to focus on sleep in my talk. I'm going to start by talking about sleep in general. Why is it so important? What happens during sleep and what is the effect on our health? How much do we need to sleep and why are we not getting enough sleep? And then special focus on the young people and which factors might explain the reason that our young people are so sleep deprived. But to begin with, if we look at the three most important pillars of health, I think all of us can agree that these factors are really important. Good diet, regular exercise, and good sleep. And in my opinion, I sometimes feel that sleep gets forgotten in this context. Fortunately, most of us are conscious about the importance of exercising regularly and eating good for good health. But when it comes to sleep, you sometimes hear people brag about how little sleep they need, as it is a sign of hard working, and we have a lot of famous stories about politicians and business people that claim they only sleep a few hours per night. Here is an example of one guy that says he only needs to sleep 4 hours. I think he could do good with a bit more sleep. But the fact is that we spend 1/3 of our lives sleeping. And if we just think about this simple fact, this is about almost 30 years of our life, of the average lifetime, that we spent sleeping. And of course, it's a lot of time, but it's not a waste of time, because this is the reason why we are alive and that we are functioning as we should be doing in our daily lives. And sleep is actually a very active process. We are, of course, resting our bodies and mind, and we are saving energy, but there's also a lot of active work going on, both in our body and in our mind, while we sleep. We are getting rid of toxins from our brains, we are renewing our cells, we are sorting stimuli, everything that we learn during the day. Our mind is going through this during nighttime, deciding what to keep in short-term and long-term memory and what to get rid of. We are releasing hormones, such as growth hormones. We are repairing cells. So there's a lot of work that is going on during night. And our sleep is very much related to our health, both our physical and mental health. And this figure that we see here, it may look simple, but it explains a relationship that can often be very complex. It can be hard to identify the cause and effect, because the relationship, it goes both ways. If our physical health is poor, if you're suffering from some physical illness or pain, this often impacts our sleep. But at the same time, if our sleep is bad, this also has a direct impact on our physical health. And we can, for example, measure increased inflammation in our blood after only one night of bad sleep. And we can also see that there is an imbalance in our hormonal function, and especially hormones that control our appetite. So when we're sleep deprived, we crave different kind of foods. We want to have fast foods or sugars, some fast energy. And the hormones that tell us when we are full, when we have eaten enough, they get suppressed, so we eat more. So there's a high connection between being sleep deprived and being overweight. If we are suffering from pain, that also gets worse if you're sleep deprived, since our pain threshold gets lower if you don't get a sufficient sleep. So the relationship can be very complex, and it's the same with mental health. Stress is a very common causal factor for poor sleep, but at the same time, if we are not well rested, we are at more emotional imbalance, and we are more likely to experience stress. And for the long term, we are increasing the risk of both anxiety and depression. And we all have an internal body clock, and we have a circadian rhythm in the function of our body. And if we look at how this circadian rhythm works for a person that has quite a regular sleep habits, it goes to bed around 11 o'clock in the evening and wakes up around 7, and then the circadian rhythm looks something like this. Early in the morning, right before we wake up, there's a sharp increase in our blood pressure, and this is the way of the body to wake us up and prepare us for the day. Then 2 or 3 hours later, our alertness and concentration is at the highest level. So this is exactly at the time that we are at right now. That's why I choose this time slot to have a lecture. No, I'm kidding. But afternoon, around 2 o'clock, our coordination and reaction times are at the highest level. And around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's our muscular and cardiovascular strength that peak. Around dinner time, it's blood pressure and our body temperature that rise. And then as the night progresses, our body starts to shut down. Our breathing gets slower, our muscles get more relaxed, our blood pressure lowers, our body temperature as well, and the body is preparing himself for sleep. And it's very necessary, if we want to get a good quality of sleep, that our body is in this kind of low energy state. And one of the factors that is really related to our sleep and wake process is the changes of our body temperature. And our temperature is rising early in the morning. It's peaking at a quite high level, and this wakes us up. This increases our energy and helps us to wake up. Then our temperature is quite stable during the day, but at night time it decreases quite rapidly. And this makes us sleepy. And we can often feel when this is happening during the night, because we start to get warm in our hands and feet as the heat is leaving our body. So if we lie in the sofa, we're watching TV during the night, and we start to get warm in the feet, taking off our socks, it's a good sign to go to bed, because we will get sleepy at the same time. Then the body temperature continues to drop, and it reaches the lowest level around 5 o'clock in the morning, and then it starts to get up again and wakes us up. Another factor that really impacts our circadian rhythm is the light around us and brightness, and especially daylight. And this is because of a hormone in our body that is called melatonin, and this is a darkness hormone or a sleep hormone. This hormone starts to release in the body during nighttime when it gets dark, and this makes us sleepy and helps us to fall asleep. Then when we wake up in the morning and we see the sunshine, levels of melatonin drop, and it becomes easier for us to wake up. But it's not only daylight that affects the secretion of melatonin, because it's actually all light in our environment, and it's especially the amount of blue light. And blue light is high in the daylight, but also in screen light. And this is one of the reasons that we don't recommend using screens for the last hours before we go to sleep. So for our circadian rhythm, the best thing is to have good darkness during nighttime and then brightness in the morning. But then there's the question, how much sleep do we need? And it's really hard to give one answer that suits everyone because, of course, there is individual differences in our sleep need. And this is also very different during our lifespan. But here we can see the latest recommendations that have been given from the National Sleep Foundation of sleep duration recommendation for different age groups. And the numbers that we see in the dark blue box is what is recommended for this age. In the light blue boxes, we have people that might need a little bit more or a little bit less sleep, but these are very few people, maybe 5 to 10% of the appropriate group that would be there. And nobody should be in the yellow areas. So we can see that for teenagers, this is between 8 to 10 hours that teenagers need. Grown-ups need a little bit less. We know that Icelandic teens are not getting the recommended sleep. Most of them are very sleep deprived. We could see that in the numbers from Margrét, from rannsókna and greining, that younger teens are sleep deprived, and it gets worse as they get older. And another study that was done on Icelandic teens where they were using actigraphs for 1 week showed very interesting results. This was first done on 15-year-old Icelandic kids. They were using these actigraphs for 7 days, so it was quite a good measure of their sleep length. And when they were 15, they were sleeping on average for 6 hours during school days. So they are many hours below the recommendation that they need. And this study was repeated 2 years later when they were 17 years old. And then very few of them were getting the recommended sleep, and most of them were very sleep deprived. And we often see a vicious cycle among young people where they have late bedtimes during weekdays. They're sleeping too little. They experience a lot of daytime sleepiness during the day, which causes them to drink caffeinated drinks, energy drinks, napping, or engage in behavior like that. And this then can make them stuck in this vicious cycle. Then comes the weekend, and then they want to make up for all the sleep they lost during the week, so they sleep a lot during the weekend. And this kind of patterns is really unhealthy. It really unbalances your internal clock and increases the risk for sleep problems. And it's a myth that we can make up for lost sleep by sleeping a lot during the weekend, because all the important work that is happening in our body and mind during sleep needs to happen each day. We cannot do this work 10 times faster during the weekend if we sleep a lot. It's just the same as charging our phone. We need to do it every day. We cannot charge it triple times during the weekend and use it for all the week. But why are teens so sleep deprived? There are many factors that probably can explain why the majority of Icelandic and teenagers all over are not getting enough sleep. There are social factors. For example, there's more independence. Usually when you are a teenager, you have more freedom regarding your sleep schedule. Your parents might not be as strict as with younger children to put you to bed and wake you up during weekends and so on, so you have more freedom in that manner. There are also often higher demands. There's more homework. Your schedule is more busy. Sports and hobbies take their time. Social life often increases a lot during these times. And screen time, of course, as well. And we know that screen time is related to sleep duration. And using screens late at night represses the secretion of melatonin and makes it harder for teenagers to fall asleep. And even if they do fall asleep, they might be getting less deep sleep and less quality sleep if they have not a sufficient melatonin in their body. So we don't recommend any screen use for the last 2 hours before going to bed. And studies have shown that there is a direct relationship between the total amount of screen use during the day and the amount of time you sleep. So more screen time equals less sleep. And especially screens during night that are something that we need to consider. And we also need to think about what are children and teenagers doing in their screen devices at night. They might be playing video games where they are releasing adrenaline and stimulating hormones in their body. Their blood pressure is getting higher, they're getting excited, so they're having a body function that is total opposite of what we want to have during night when the body is shutting down. Then there's the social media, and we have many studies showing here in Iceland, especially for girls, that more use of social media is connected to higher levels of anxiety. And late at night, we are worse off dealing with anxiety. There are special areas in our brain that get a little bit dormant during night, and these are areas in the frontal lobe that control reasoning and logical thinking. So all worries, they tend to increase late at night. So if you're feeling anxious when using social media, it gets worse during nighttime. And this is not a feeling that is good when you lie to bed and try to go to sleep. And then, of course, the energy drinks. The numbers that we are seeing, they are very shocking. It's very shocking to see that we have over 100% increase in the consumption of energy drinks among high school students in Iceland. And the selection is enormous. We can just see it if we go to the grocery store, that there are hundreds of energy drinks all over, and it's very accessible. And it's interesting to look at the marketing strategies and the look of these drinks. Who is the target group? I think it's quite obvious that the target group is young people. We are making Nokko ice cream. I don't think that we grown-ups will go to the store and buy ourselves a Nokko ice cream. I think the target group is obviously teenagers and children. And we have a lot of social media influencers that are advertising these drinks, giving away a lot boxes of Nokko, for example. Here we have Miss Iceland on one end. We have one of our best CrossFit competent on the other hand, and a famous social media influencer advertising these drinks. We are sending a very shaky message. We can see here, are you Nokko enough? And under this picture it says Nokko is great before you go to practice, during practice, or at any time during the day. Really, these drinks, they have a high level of caffeine, and it takes our body a long time to get rid of caffeine. I mean, the half-life of caffeine is up to 6 hours, so Nokko is not good at any time during the day. And here we have another social media influencer giving away Nokko and showing off how he gets the energy for the week. We have a lot of role models, young elite athletes in Iceland that are advertising these drinks. So we are really making the relationship that this is something that is healthy. This is something that, of course, young people, they admire these role models. They want to be like them. So it makes sense that the consumption is increasing. We are relating energy drinks to popular people, athletes, beautiful people, and this is something that talks very easily to young people in Iceland. And it's obviously it's working. I just wanted to show you this. I got this sent from my student, and this actually hangs on the wall in University of Reykjavík. Maybe somebody can take it down. This says Red Bull, which is an energy drink, gets you through the night before your exam. Everything is wrong with this picture. That it hangs up in a university is of course wrong. Good night's sleep is never as important as before a difficult exam or a difficult task, because you really need the night's sleep to store all the information you have been learning in your memory. So I think this is, what message are we sending to young people to have this hanging up in our schools? But there's not only these social factors, screen use and energy drinks and irregular schedules, that are the reason why young people are sleep deprived, because there are also biological causes. And teenagers, they have been sleep deprived for decades. Maybe not as much as they are today, But they were also struggling with sleep 50 years ago when we did not have energy drinks and screens and all of that. And that's because teens, they have later circadian rhythm than adults. So their melatonin production starts later in the evening. So they become like a natural night owls. And this is happening around 14, 15. And for adults, our melatonin secretion usually starts around 9, and that means that we are ready to go to sleep around 11. But this is happening up to 2 hours later for teens. So it's maybe at 11 that this is starting, and then they are ready to go to sleep at 1. And this also means that they have their melatonin longer in their body during the morning. So when we are waking them up at 7 o'clock, it's the same as somebody was waking up us at 5 o'clock. So it's understandable that it's hard to wake them up sometimes. So we can see that their phase, it really delays. So both the onset and the suppression of melatonin is delayed among adolescents. So this is something that we have to be aware of as well. But what is the impact of this sleep deprivation among teens? We know that if we don't get a sufficient sleep, it really impacts most factors in our daily life. And studies have shown us that with children and teenagers, this is really affecting their academic performance. This is affecting concentration, memory, and they are getting lower grades if they don't get enough sleep. This also has an effect on the immune system. So those who are sleep deprived, they are more likely to suffer from catching the cold or getting the flu, and this also applies to grown-ups, to everyone. Teens that don't get enough sleep, they have an increased risk of engaging in risky behavior, drinking, using drugs, driving too fast. And they exercise less, and they're more likely to be overweight. And this also has a great impact on their mental health. And this is a challenge that we are at least facing here in Iceland, that young people, they have never felt as bad as they do today. And this is something that worries me a lot. And of course, all of this hangs together. There's a lot of pressure going on. They are sleep deprived, and this affects their health, both physical and mental. And if you are sleep deprived as a teenager, you're 10 times more likely to suffer from depression. It's harder to regulate your emotions, and you're more likely to suffer from anxiety. But if we look again at the sleep duration recommendation, I mean, is this realistic that teens can get 8 to 10 hours of sleep per night? If we just think about the time that school starts in the morning, it starts maybe around 8 o'clock, so they might need to wake up around 7. So if they're going to get enough sleep, they need to go to bed around 10. And does that work with their schedule, with their homework, with their hobbies, their sports, their social life? I think it's a very narrow time frame. So one thing that we can consider as well is to delay the school start times for teens. And this is mainly because of the delay in their circadian rhythm, because we know that their natural rhythm shifts during this age. And this has been done in many studies, both in Scandinavia and in America. And results show that if school starts a little bit later, teen gets more sleep. So it's not like they know that they're going to start later, so they just delay their bedtime even more. That does not seem to happen. So they're increasing their sleep about 30 to 40 minutes if the school starts 30 to 40 minutes later. And if we can increase sleep for half an hour, that's a lot for these kids who are very sleep deprived and maybe only getting 6 hours. We can also see that the teens are more satisfied with their own sleep. There's improvement in school attendance, and they experience less daytime sleepiness, and they feel better as well. And in these studies, when teens have been asked if they want to shift back to the old schedule, begin earlier and quit earlier during the day, most of them don't like that. And even though this means that they have to be longer in school in the afternoon, they prefer that if they can get a little bit more sleep. So I really think that this is something that we should consider. And I want to end my talk with this quote from Mari Kaskadon, who is a scientist that has dedicated her life in exploring the sleep habits of teenagers. And she said this in one interview, these early school start times are just abusive. These kids may be up and at school at 8:30, but I'm convinced their brain are back at the pillow at home. Thank you.
Questions for Erla? No questions? Yes, we have one in the back.
Thank you for a great lecture. My name is Johan. I am head of department in Garðaskóli, a school for teenagers in Garðabær. I just wanted to ask you about the delaying of the school. We have talked about this where I work, and we are afraid that because of the there are so many of our students that are in sports or a music school or something, that the sports club, for example, would use that to move the practices to the mornings, so they will not, in fact, get more sleep, but will wake up earlier to go to training. Because, as we know, there is a lot of, battle for the time in the sports centers.
Yeah.
And we know that 15 and 16-year-olds are sometimes finishing training at 10. Mm-hmm. But if everything would be delayed because of the schools, then they would finish training at 11 or go to training at 7 in the morning. So has this been researched in any way, what the consequences are?
Well, in these studies that I'm referring to, this has not been looked at specifically. But of course, this needs to be done in some kind of consensus with the sport industry and in the music school and other hobbies that the kids are in. Because of course, it would be for nothing if they have to wake up at 6 to go to practice.
Yeah, and maybe one thing that those coming from the Nordic countries don't know that we recently shortened the time of our college. So now it's only 3 years instead of 4. Mm-hmm. So that influences also the time for sport.
Exactly. But I think it's very interesting, for example, in the data that I showed you about the 17-year-old in Iceland that are very sleep deprived, that were using the Acticra for 1 week. This was actually done in 2 different school systems. One is the school system that you're always with the same class. I'm not sure how to say it in English, because we have 2 different kind of school system in Iceland. One is that you can choose the
models. Yeah. Choose models, just.
Yeah, choose models, but when you're at the same schedule with the same class all the time. And then you have a more fixed schedule. You need to be at school at 8, but you're more flexible in the other system. And we could actually see in this study that those teens that were in the flexible system, they were getting more sleep. And it was due to their morning routine. They choose to delay the start of their school time, and that's why they were getting more sleep. So it seems to be working.
I also think that it's for kids that are doing sports, they have ambitions. They also have ambitions for school. And yeah. I think it's really difficult for some of them to make a decision that it is okay to finish the school in 3.5 or 4 years, because they have ambitions in all places. So it's really tough for them, I think, to make the decision.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we can see that these high achievers, these kids that are doing a lot of sports and are very ambitious about their school, they are also very sleep deprived.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do we have more questions for Erla? I think we are, we are a little bit, we have time to stand up for 3 minutes, just to relax a little bit. Thank you, Erla. We will start again if you want to take your seats, those who left. But one announcement, you're all invited for lunch. So it's included just, so you're all invited for lunch after this lecture. But the next speaker is Áskorunum Kristjánsson, and he will talk about the evidence a little bit, I hope and believe. So
Please.
Góðan dag, komið þið sæl, gaman að vera með ykkur. Takk fyrir að koma og takk fyrir að bjóða mér heim. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to come home to Iceland for a few days. I think it's very appropriate that we move from caffeine and sleep deprivation to my situation. I'm still on East Coast US time, so I didn't really sleep much last night. If anybody has a formula on how to reverse your bio clock when you move from east to west against the sun, please let me know. I've traveled probably about 100 times over here in the last few years, and I just cannot figure this out. I was also going to mention that it would be appropriate to stand up so that we could perhaps listen to the rest of the presentation before noon. We run these meetings and conferences all the time, but we know from educational research that people stop really concentrating after about half an hour. So with that in mind, I was going to give you a few sort of interesting sights to see in the beginning that do not concern really the presentation itself. I've had the opportunity to travel quite a bit over the last few years in my work, and I just want to show you a few highlights. This is taken with my phone out of my back door window in Alaska, in a little town called Wasilla, last month. This is like 6:45 in the morning. Absolutely amazingly beautiful up there. And Wasilla is probably best known for having had a mayor that later became the governor of the state called Sarah Palin. And she, I believe, said something along the lines of being able to see Russia from her hometown, which gave her an international experience. That was at least what was portrayed in the media, and this was there. This is taken in February in Calgary in Canada, the town that hosted the Winter Olympics, I believe, probably in '88 or so. This is actually at the ski resort. It's minus 20 degrees. I'm clearly a little bit cold, but again, breathtaking beauty and very nice visit. I was fortunate enough to visit one of the redwoods forests in California this summer with my family, and this is, if you ever get a chance to see one of the redwoods, I will absolutely recommend it. This is breathtaking to stand among these trees. These are such gigantic features. This one tree was the largest in that forest. Is over 100 meters high, over 300 feet, and it's 5 meters in diameter, in thermal. So, I mean, this is nothing like your tree in your garden. And it's over 2,000 years old. So these things just stand there very, very gently, and it's just, there's a feel among them that is just so calming and soothing. It's absolutely amazing. And finally, since I live in West Virginia, I had to show you one picture. This is pretty typical West Virginia scenery. This is last summer, called Lake Summersville, close to about hour south of where I live. And these are what they call the Appalachian Mountains. It's basically hills covered with trees. And this is kind of typical for that area. So, getting into the motion of the presentation, I'd like to acknowledge my colleague and collaborator, who is Jack is professor at Reykjavík University, and he's really my mentor into this field. Jack is a true pioneer in the field of caffeine research, and was publishing on this stuff, 3 decades ago. He's now semi-retired. I think he's in a part-time position, but if anybody knows a lot about caffeine, that would be this man. He couldn't be here today, and I just wanted to make sure that I acknowledge his contribution. Jack has an Icelandic wife and moved to Iceland in 2000 and I believe 8. We started collaborating with him then with our research at ISRA, or rannsóknir og greining, and we've been running these brief question bundles into caffeine use since, and looking at how they relate to various different things. And I study adolescent delinquency and risk behaviors and those kinds of things. So it was fascinating to see that, for me, that caffeine actually has a separate explanatory power to adolescent risk behavior development beyond all these other typical factors that we always study. And I'm going to show you a few studies that we have conducted where we have actually included caffeine along with a whole host of other risk factors. So briefly, I want to give you a little bit of a context, just a very brief history, current prevalence and products. Then I want to talk about the impact. I mean, what does this matter at all? Why do we see a relationship between caffeine use and some health indicators that were presented here earlier? And so we're going to talk about arousal, half-life, withdrawal, and then I'm going to briefly mention this thing we call withdrawal reversal, which is really the reasoning why people use caffeine in a sort of a habitual day-to-day manner. Most of my time will be devoted to contemporary research among adolescents. I'm going to mention briefly before then this notion of the difference between studies in adolescents versus adults. And finally, I'm going to leave you with a few questions on health policy, whether we believe that this is an issue for health policy, whether that health policy should be enforced with greater force than we are currently doing, and so on. So first of all, caffeine has been a part of global history for thousands of years, but it's really been isolated only for the last 200 years or so in its purest form. Caffeine is really unique for two main reasons in current standing. One is that it absolutely transcends populations and time periods, religious groups, genders, and so on and so forth. It's really not exclusive to any group. Roughly 80% of the world's population are habitual caffeine users. And so for those of you who do research, this of course creates an enormous problem with contamination and confounding effects, because usually when we do studies into exposures and outcomes, we clear out the exposure as much as we can before we start intervening on the outcome. So in this instance, if 80% of the sample is contaminated, we probably need to take that into consideration. And this creates a pretty serious issue with experimental studies. And I'm going to mention that a little bit in the context of this thing we call withdrawal reversal. In the current scenario, caffeine really is the only psychoactive compound that is widely available to and even marketed directly at children and youth if we take sugar out of that equation. So it's a psychoactive compound with clear implications to our central nervous system, and for that reason it is truly unique in terms of how it's being marketed for minors. So caffeine is a natural psychoactive stimulant and can be isolated for over 60 plants, but it can also be manufactured synthetically, and most of the caffeine that we find in energy drinks is actually synthetic caffeine. It is a stimulant psychoactive drugs and shares traits with other similar drugs of that nature, such as amphetamine and cocaine. It uses the same biochemical mechanisms as these other drugs to simulate brain and neurological function. Repeated consumption leads to physical dependence, which, presumably 80% of us dealt with this morning when we had our coffee, and then we had another, and then we are good. And the dependence is really provoked by an abrupt cessation of use, and that becomes the critical issue when we are talking about minors, children, and youth. What really is the impact? And the impact obviously isn't felt until you stop using the substance. Just like any other substance use, it's not a problem when you're under the influence, it's a problem when you are not under the influence, and particularly immediately following use. So the typical forms of dietary caffeine are in coffee, the most typical one. And we can say that roughly 1 cup of coffee, a typical morning cup, includes about 100 milligrams of caffeine. This obviously depends on size and a few other things. Black tea, soda drinks like cola drinks, Mountain Dew, Iron Brew, and other drinks. And then energy drinks. Red Bull has about 80 milligram per 8-ounce can, and these cans are the sort of the thin ones that are most commonly used for these types of drinks. And we have seen quite a bit of discussion about Nocco already this morning, which, by the way, I don't see that product in the environment where I live. It's not for sale there. So in the US, we have something called energy shots too, and there's particularly one that is very rampant and has been heavily marketed. It's called 5-Hour Energy. It's a little, sort of a 60 milliliter flask, or so to speak, and it has a very, very high dose of caffeine, about 200 to 240 milligrams per bottle, this sort of little shot. And they label and market it also as energy, and this is called an energy shot and 5-Hour Energy. And also, you know, dark chocolate obviously has caffeine, natural caffeine. But in the current scenario, caffeine is, you know, a kind of a buzzword. It's been added to all kinds of things. We saw some pictures earlier about ice cream and so on and so forth. But you can get caffeine in chewing gum and yogurt and breakfast cereal, in cookies, in flavored milk, and and certainly in caffeine powder and caffeine pills, and even in skin lotion. And then, of course, caffeine is used in several types of medications. Now, most habitual caffeine users consume between 100 and 600 milligrams per day. Obviously, there are outliers there, but this is sort of the typical scenario. So you think about people that only drink coffee in the morning. They have maybe a solid cup in the morning. They are using 100 to 150 milligrams in the morning, and they just do that, and that's it. And then there are people that use 2-3 cups before noon, maybe 2-3 cups in the afternoon, or even a cup in the evening, and those are the 600 milligram people. So the general issue here is that habitual use is extremely stable. Most people use a very similar amount of caffeine and into the body on a daily basis. Now, the prevalence among children and youth, like I said, about 80% plus of the population in the adult community uses caffeine on a habitual on a daily basis. The prevalence, these are from US studies, and this is in the general population, not only those that claim that they regularly use caffeine, was in this study about 50 milligrams per day among 12 to 17-year-olds and about 61. There is other indications that energy drink use is on the steep rise, also in data from the US. So, does any of this matter? I mean, why are we talking about caffeine? What's the impact of caffeine, and so on? So most use among healthy adults is habitual, and effects are relatively benign. There's a growing concern about the high dosage among children and youth, as we are talking about here today. A recent US-based study from the Ann Haynes data, which is a very well-known routine data set that's collected about nutrition and diet, actually showed a relatively plateaued development in caffeine use. In other words, direct caffeine use had not increased much in the 10 years during the study. But the important thing here is that the rhythm of use had changed a lot. So kids used to get their caffeine from what? From cola drinks. And now through obviously health marketing and health campaigns, cola drinks are down. That's why Coca-Cola is producing all these water drinks that we now buy instead of the Coca-Cola. But the kids are getting heavier doses in a more quick fashion. And that obviously has implications to the impact, because caffeine is absorbed rapidly in the body, and that gives the caffeine kick. So there are reports, and regular reports, as was stated here earlier, about caffeine overdose. And those are rare, but they do occur, and they do occur pretty regularly. And which means that caffeine can be abused, and it can even lead to death. So what are the symptoms of withdrawal? Well, typical symptoms are headache, tiredness and fatigue, decreased energy, sleeplessness, drowsiness, difficulty concentrating, irritability, decreased cognitive performance, and even migraine symptoms. So if you are a habitual caffeine user and have been for a long time, the chances are that if you stop cold turkey, you may experience migraine symptoms up to 10 days or even 2 weeks. And those are very, very serious. Now, the issue here is that the symptom cycle is really important. The habitual user that only drinks coffee or uses caffeine in the morning in the form of maybe a 1 solid cup of coffee is also going to experience withdrawal symptoms. Caffeine half-life is only about 5 hours, between 2 and 9 hours, and that means that caffeine actually leaves the body for the most part overnight. And that's why we crave our coffee cup in the morning, because we are basically overcoming withdrawal, and this is a routine behavior for most people. Withdrawal symptoms are typically initiated between 12 to 16 hours, and they peak around 24 to 48 hours, or in 1 to 2 days. Usually abate within 3 to 5 days, but they can persist for up to 10 days or even 2 weeks. And this really is the critical issue of concern. When people ask, what does it matter if kids or youth or adolescents are hooked on caffeine or are crave caffeine? Well, that's obviously because of the withdrawal symptoms. Now, what this will mean, on the other hand, if a large proportion of kids in the population are habitual caffeine users, they're going to go through these withdrawal symptoms when they're in school. And that's really what we have been discussing earlier this morning. So, if the marketing forces get our kids hooked on caffeine, we are going to have these kinds of experiences down the line. And that's really what the research studies have been showing, and I'm going to demonstrate quite a few. Now, as we know, the availability and opportunity to buy caffeine or purchase caffeinated products in the form of energy drinks that are really, really high in caffeine concentration has increased. Now, that obviously is going to bear with it an improved or increased risk assessment. So lately, in the DSM-5 system, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, we now have well-defined caffeine disorders. And this is a novelty that hasn't really been there before. So we have a clinical guideline and a clinical disorder diagnosis system for caffeine-related disorders. Those include caffeine withdrawal, intoxication, caffeine-induced anxiety disorder, sleep disorder, and otherwise unspecified caffeine disorder. So in sum, before I start talking about different studies, caffeine is a psychoactive compound with addictive properties. Similar to the use of other substances, caffeine leads to withdrawal symptoms, mostly physical symptoms, which means that caffeine can be overused or abused. In the current scenario, caffeine is readily available to children and youth. So we have, as has been stated earlier, we have some regulations in Iceland about caffeine use and the amount of caffeine added to energy drinks. But at the same time, it's pretty clear that access and availability is relatively straightforward for them. Now, let me just mention this one. This is sort of a side issue, but I want to mention this for the context. When we do, if we were to do a study into any kind of compound, let's just take caffeine out of the equation. Let's say that we are hired to do a really solid study into any kind of compound, and we want to know, does this really impact people? What we would do, we would acquire a large sample, we would randomize into different groups. Let's say 2 groups, we would give one group the compound and the other a placebo. The groups wouldn't know who is who, and then we would assess things both before and after. This is the typical experimental design. Before we would intervene with the compound and the placebo, we would screen away everybody in those samples that either takes medication that relates to the compound that we are testing, or that is in any other shape or form likely to have confounding impact on the findings. Do you follow me? The problem is if you have a compound that is used by 80% plus of the population, finding a sample that is suitable for that kind of study becomes very difficult. Now, this means that if we are going to test caffeine, we need a pretty long period of withdrawal. And we need a sample sizable and large enough to be able to test impact in a statistically meaningful manner of people that have actually been through all the withdrawal that I just mentioned. Studies that actually do this are extremely rare. They are almost none unheard of. So when you see studies out there in sports sciences and journals that conclude that caffeine increases performance of some kind, they are almost all biased towards this withdrawal period. And this is really problematic with caffeine research generally. So in other words, half-life is short. Overnight abstinence between 10 to 14 hours means that you wake up, and many study designers, they take or make a convenience out of this elimination and state, okay, you just skip your coffee in the morning and then you're going to be clean when you come into the study. But we know that the withdrawal period can last for up to 2 weeks. So this becomes a really big issue. And it is this step, this issue of, if you read there, many placebo-controlled studies of caffeine make methodological convenience of the natural overnight abstinence by simply asking participants to forego their usual morning beverage prior to testing. And it is this step which is intended to standardize procedures by ensuring participants are equivalent of time of a caffeine administration that has long been the cause of serious confounding. So in other words, if I take a group in the population, 80% are going to be habitual caffeine users, I only abstain them overnight, then I give one group caffeine and the other one's nothing, which is going to feel better? Of course, the caffeinated group, because they are going to be going through their withdrawal. So this is the problem with many studies of this nature. One thing that Jack sort of asked me to highlight, and that is really to think about the benign nature of habitual caffeine use in the general population versus what happens with different subgroups. Now, because most caffeine use is habitual and safe, just like most alcohol use is safe, we know that in the general population, most use is relatively routine and benign. We just overcome our withdrawal, then we just move on with our day, we do whatever we need, and then we just do that on a daily basis. But the problem becomes when almost the entire population uses caffeine. There are bound to be subgroups, there are bound to be people or individuals around that bear greater risk of the use of caffeine, including senior citizens, pregnant women, children and youth, and so on. So the risks for those subgroups is really at hand here. So in the research literature, there is a pretty clear distinction made between adults and adolescents. This is sort of the current situation. And one of the main reasons is probably that studies into adults, they can use experimental designs, but we can't do experiments on children. So most studies into kids concern prevalence and risk behaviors. That's sort of the focus of today. Those usually are conducted with non-experimental designs. And far and away, most studies are done using cross-sectional designs. In adults, the studies that go into benefits of caffeine use are sometimes experimental, but like I said earlier, they almost never account for sufficient time of withdrawal. But there are a number of observational studies too that claim that caffeine is actually good for you. Now, contemporary research into adolescents, I'm going to spend most of my time on this piece. They can be sort of relatively cut into these or divided into these groups. Prevalence and trend studies, sleep that we've already covered. I'm probably going to skip that because of time. Academic achievement, alcohol use, and this issue of alcohol mixed with energy drinks. There's a well-known drink now or a cocktail, it's called vodka Red Bull, that kids just, you go to the bar, vodka Red Bull. So you have a alcohol, which is the downer part, and then the upper part, which is the Red Bull. Other substance use, and then emotional reactions, anger, violence, and behavioral problems. And then I'd like to just say a few things about this issue that we call complex pathways, because caffeine generally can also be thought of as a provocative component that initiates a sequence of behaviors that are due to withdrawal and the impact of caffeine on the body. So there's a myriad of prevalent studies around. Those are probably the most common types. A new study from the NHANES data, which is this nutritional data set from the US that studied the prevalence of use from 2003 to 16, showed a significant increase in energy drink consumption among all age groups, both 12 to 19-year-olds, as well as among adults. And energy drink consumers had significantly higher total caffeine intake compared, about 227 milligrams on average. And this is a brand new paper. In our study from 2014, 62% of high school students reported regular use. Very few studies that I could find reported daily use as we do here in Iceland, which is actually an advancement to our data collection because, like I said, most use is habitual and routine. So most users, caffeine users, consume their caffeine on a daily basis. We see that energy drink consumption and sales has increased massively only between 2004 and 2009, which seems ages ago. It was 240% an increase. We have seen studies into the increase of availability of caffeinated energy drinks, and there are hundreds of percentage points as well. So generally, research overall suggests that both the sales, that sales and advertisements had really increased considerably since 2000. Now, we've already talked about sleep. There's no question that caffeine negatively impacts sleep. Kids that drink and consume caffeine on a more general basis are much more likely to deal with sleep deprivation, worse sleep quality as well, and it's related to worse family sleep behaviors too. What about health symptoms and complaints? Now, in adults, caffeine use has been repeatedly found to increase blood pressure, and there's no reason to believe that that doesn't include kids too. We know that caffeine raises blood pressure, at least in the short term. An experimental study with Israeli youth found that energy drink consumption significantly increased systolic blood pressure in most of the participants over a brief period post-consumption. And a recent study from Finland authors found a linear dose-response relationship between energy drink consumption and various health complaints, such as headaches, sleeping problems, tiredness, and fatigue. In other words, these are typical withdrawal symptoms. And we have conducted a very similar study among middle schoolers in Iceland, among 10 to 12-year-old kids in Iceland, and we found exactly the same thing. Yeah, that's that study. So 19% of boys and 8% of girls reported consuming cola drinks on a daily basis, 7% of boys and 3% of girls consuming energy drinks daily. These are only 10 to 12-year-old kids, so they're pretty young. And this data was collected in 2013. And we found a very similar general dose-response relationship between never, less than daily, and daily consumption of both types of beverages and physical complaints such as headaches, stomach aches, sleeping problems, and low appetite. Two other things that are really important about this study. We had a 3-category measure, no use, and then less than daily and daily consumption. It was a clear dose-response relationship given how often they used caffeine. And we also found generally that these relationships were stronger for energy drinks than cola drinks. And that just makes sense from the standpoint of caffeine. More caffeine, more impact. That makes perfect sense. I don't know if you can see this at all, but one of the first things that we did when we started working with Jack was really to think about, does caffeine really have any kind of role in research into academic well-being or children's well-being overall? So if you look at the figure on the left side, which does not include caffeine, and we're really interested in the relationship between the circular variables. The squared ones are just indicators. So if you look at the top one, it says illicit substance use. This is a measure of alcohol and tobacco use among kids in 10th grade. So clearly there's a strong relationship between the use of alcohol and tobacco and then sleepiness. And this is daytime sleepiness that was talked about earlier here. Then there is a negative relationship, solid, strong negative relationship between use of illicit substances and academic achievement, and also between sleepiness and academic achievement. Nothing in there is surprising. We just know that kids that are more likely to drink and smoke, they are also more likely to have sleepiness issues for obvious reasons, and they are more likely to do worse in schools. They're more likely to dislike school and not like being in school. The figure on the right has added caffeine to the mix to figure out, does that play any kind of role in this whole relationship? And we see there that the relationship first between caffeine and illicit substance use is very strong, 0.44 on a standardized measure. That's very strong. It's also direct and strongly negatively related to academic achievement. So caffeine has negative impact on academic achievement in 10th grade students. It also strongly connects with or correlates with illicit substance use and actually has a positive relationship to sleepiness, as we know. So none of that is very surprising. But generally, overall, research into academic achievement, and there's a considerable body of research into this area, shows that kids that consume caffeine regularly and habitually, they do worse in school. And if you think about this again in the context of what I said earlier about withdrawal, half-life, and this habitual sequence of consuming caffeine, that should not be surprising to anybody. There is a sub-branch of research that really studies the relationship between caffeine and alcohol use. And then there is this even smaller niche of sub-research that discusses this notion called alcohol mixed with energy drinks. And there are several studies that have concluded that adolescent alcohol use is positively related to caffeine use, or otherwise kids that drink more caffeine or use more caffeine, they also consume alcohol in greater levels. These studies have been conducted in longitudinal designs. I'm going to show you a study that we conducted recently, which actually is pretty groundbreaking. But this is from Naomi Marmerstein and her group in New Jersey. And she's looking at middle school age kids, 12 to 14, and energy drink users positively predicted alcohol consumption in a longitudinal sample of kids that are 12 to 14. Energy drink and coffee consumption predicted later alcohol consumption, even after adjusting for other risk factors for alcohol consumption, such as parental monitoring and other confounders. So there's something going on with the kids that consume caffeine early. Now, you know, for us that do adolescent research and intervention work, like Margaret, Lilja, and Jón and us at rannsókna og greining, we are really concerned with the whole context of things. So it's not that caffeine can be isolated as a separate issue that really is only important for the impact of withdrawal. The question is also, what happens to these kids that regularly consume caffeine? What kind of kids are they? Are they more likely to lead into other delinquent behavior? Are they more likely to drop out of school? Are they more likely to develop into a lifestyle that bears with them more greater levels of lack of sleep and so on and so forth? And it is these questions that are all really important for the well-being of our kids, and what makes me concerned about the really high levels of caffeine use among kids in our society, because surely the numbers here in Iceland, they are nowhere near to what they are in Europe. They are much higher, what we see in other studies. So let me just say a couple things about this issue of alcohol mixed with energy drinks. So by offsetting the sedating effects of alcohol, this is text that comes from Jack James, I'm just going to read it out loud. Caffeine may reduce the sensation of intoxication. In other words, kids that use alcohol mixed with energy drinks, they do so under the erroneous notion that it's going to decrease the impact of the alcohol. So there are studies that show that kids that do these on a routine basis, they are more likely, for example, to drive after they drink under the erroneous assumption that, well, it's going to be okay for me to drive because I was mixing my alcohol with Red Bull, which in turn is likely to impair judgments about risky behavior, for example, drunk driving, and encourage higher consumption of alcohol with further impairment to judgment and neurocognitive functioning. There's a growing body of evidence which indicates that compared to alcohol alone, the addition of caffeine increases the risk of engaging in unprotected sex, experiencing committing sexual assault, driving while drunk, riding with an intoxicated driver, having an alcohol-related motor vehicle crash, and engaging in violence requiring medical treatment. So in other words, if the notion is out there, as we saw in these pictures and figures that were shown earlier, if energy drinks are healthy and good for you, it must also be very good for you to use them while you're drinking. It's going to sort of offset the impact of alcohol. If that is the notion, then this is clearly a picture that we are seeing painted pretty well here. Now, we did a study here and used the data from the junior colleges. This was published in 2015 in Journal of Studies on Alcohol and Drugs. And these are just the prevalence numbers. Kids that use caffeine in these manners, this is both coffee, about 20%, tea, about 18%, cola drinks, about 74% of boys, excuse me, these are boys, and about 28%, 27% of boys use energy drinks on a daily basis. Now, interestingly, the ones that have consumed energy drinks and other caffeinated drinks more often, they're also much more likely to be drunk regularly and to engage in alcohol mixed with energy drinks. So I don't want to, confuse you too much with this, but in these studies, we're testing multiple relationships at the same time. And the critical piece here is to look at the top 4 lines there, which is the relationship between caffeine consumption on the one hand and alcohol mixed with energy drinks on the other. So you see that kids that drink coffee very regularly, they are much more likely to also use alcohol mixed with energy drinks. The same goes for energy drink consumers, both for boys and girls. And at the bottom, in the lower tier of the relationships, we see that this notion of Ahmed pointed to drunkenness, almost all kids that mix alcohol with energy drinks are much more likely to become drunk than those that don't. So if you think about vodka Red Bull or this notion of mixing alcohol with energy drinks, it's sort of like a label of excessive drinking. Do you follow me? I'm going to do this under the conclusion that I can drink more. So I'm going to mix my alcohol with energy drinks, therefore I'm going to be able to drink more. So in these studies, we show a clear relationship of this nature. Now, there have been lots of other studies conducted into this issue. This is from data from West Virginia that I conducted with my colleague, Mike Mann, and we are working with middle school aged kids and see if alcohol, to predict tobacco smoking, alcohol use, and other drug use. Smoking in the last 12 months, clearly much stronger relationship for energy drink users than not. Much more likely to drink alcohol in the last 12 months. And by the way, smoking and alcohol use prevalence isn't very high among middle school kids. So these are things that go hand in hand. They're also more likely to have become drunk, and among girls, they were more likely to also have used marijuana and inhalants and even prescription drugs. So there's something going on there as a sort of a behavioral label. I wouldn't necessarily go so far to say caffeine use causes you to use drugs. There's something about the nature of behavioral patterns that we approve of. So kids that use caffeine excessively, they are also more likely to engage in other types of risky behavior. Now, we wanted to look deeper into this question. Where does this relationship lie between caffeine and other substance use? So we designed a study, me and a colleague of mine called Steve Kogan, who's at the University of Georgia. We collected longitudinal data, which means that the data is linked over time. Kids in the data is linked from year to year. So these are data from 6th and 7th grade middle schoolers in West Virginia, about 4,000 kids. And we use what's called cross-lagged path models to assess both the direction of the relationship, but also the cross-lagged relationship. And importantly, if you look at the model, this is the model. T1 stands for time 1, that's the year 1. And T2 stands for time 2, that's year 2. At time 1, we assess caffeine use. We also assess substance use. Then we look at how does caffeine use at time 1 relate to both caffeine use at time 2 and substance use at time 2. Do you follow me? Are kids that use caffeine here more likely to use other drugs here? but we also ask at the same time, are kids that use substances here more likely to use caffeine here? Do you follow me? So we're really testing bidirectional relationships. Now, interestingly, what we found, if you look at the relationships in the square, and this is the question of does smoking, e-cigarettes, alcohol, and drunkenness predict caffeine, none of those relationships are significant. In other words, if we look at the kids that smoke first and are not caffeine users, drink, use e-cigarettes, or have become drunk, there's not a positive relationship between those times. If you look at the other way around, which are the next 4 lines below, does caffeine, smoking, and e-cigarette, and does caffeine, the one next below that, caffeine relate to, let me gather my thoughts here. Yeah, so the next one down, does caffeine at time 1 lead to smoking at time 2? That's a positively significant relationship. Further down, does caffeine relate to e-cigarettes at time 2? That's also significant. Further down, does caffeine increase risk of alcohol use at time 2? That's also positive. In other words, and same for drunkenness. In other words, there is no relationship over time between initiating other drugs first and then caffeine. The relationship is only the other way around. So in our findings here, which were published in Addiction, which is one of the best journals in this field, there's a clear relationship over time among middle schoolers. For those that initiate caffeine, they are much more likely or significantly more likely to also smoke, drink, use e-cigarettes, and become drunk a year later. But if caffeine is used, but if these substances, cigarettes, e-cigarettes, alcohol, and drunkenness is used to predict caffeine over a year time, there's no relationship. And this is pretty significant for future studies in this area. Now, a few years back, we conducted a study to look at the relationship between caffeine and behavioral issues, and particularly conduct disorder, which is sort of a mixture of fight or flight response and delinquency, and violent behavior. And we found that in using data among 10th grade youth in Iceland, we found a robust additive explanatory power of caffeine for both violent behaviors and conduct disorder, even after controlling for a host of background factors, ADHD diagnosis and medication, and peer delinquency and other substance use. So, irrespective of whether our kids are using ADHD medication, what kind of family background they come from, if their friends are engaging in delinquent behavior, or if they are using any other substances themselves, there's still a positive relationship between caffeine use and violent behavior and conduct disorders. And this has us asking, well, how is that, what causes that relationship? How is this formulated? It's sort of hard to think that I drink caffeine, I become aggressive. It's much more likely that the withdrawal symptoms are the drivers behind this. Do you follow me? If I'm full of withdrawal symptoms, I'm irritated, I'm annoyed, and so on. So that is really the critical issue why we are concerned with caffeine use in kids. So in terms of more complex pathways, mediation and bigger picture, caffeine is probably a type of compound that contributes to a more complicated story. So we replicated this study that we had conducted here, which was more on the direct relationship between caffeine and violent behavior and conduct disorder with some confounders. And we did that in a structural model with more of these different types of relationships, and we separated them out by girls and boys too. If you look at the top there, these are the controls. There are no arrows just so that the figure can actually be viewed. But basically, we are controlling for family structure, peer delinquency, and ADHD diagnosis and medication. You see caffeine on the right there, a positive relationship for both boys and girls between caffeine and anger, and we've actually done further studies into that, and a positive relationship between caffeine and violent behavior. Now, even though we include alcohol in this relationship, caffeine has a robust additive relationship between those outcomes. So there's something that happens when caffeine is added to the mix, which increases irritability and aggressiveness in those kids. Now, One thing that has also been studied quite a bit is this issue of daytime sleepiness. And excessive daytime sleepiness was associated with fewer healthy behaviors, while caffeine intake was a moderator in this relationship, and basically intensifying the relationships. So, to conclude, where do we stand with health policy on this? Should there be any form of regulation of caffeine or energy drinks? What do we do with the current situation where we stand with our kids now? We have half the population between 15 and 18 hooked on caffeine. We know that caffeine-related harm occurs. This was demonstrated earlier in the data from the, there's actually toxicology data from the States that shows this pretty seriously. It's well established that caffeine-related harm occurs, but is this prevalent enough for us to consider regulation? And by the way, in this context, it's important to underline that caffeine use among youth in Iceland is very high, and it's high comparatively compared to international studies. So for example, subgroups of caffeine users like children, adolescents, pregnant women, the elderly, and other subgroups at risk. Should we do anything more than we are currently doing? We now have some restrictions on sale, at least in principle. We have those rules and regulations around 18 and older or younger than 18, supposedly not being able to purchase caffeine. How is this enforced everywhere? We know quite a bit about what happens in the lives of adolescents, because one of the things that ISRA and rannsóknir og greining has always done very well, that's to keep a really close connection to the field. So, all the parents that Makalilja and we are talking to, they will actually tell us what's happening right now. We'll see that in the research literature 2 years from now. But there's nobody telling me that there's a black market for caffeine. Nobody's selling caffeine out of the back of cars here and there in some dark parking lots here and there. So presumably they're getting it in stores, which means that we are not enforcing our ban very well. What about the form and labeling of products? Now, we've seen these products that we put up here today, but is that attractive, or is it actually formulates as a regulation for the use? Personally, I think it's attractive. I think it's attractive if I'm 17 to see, hey, it's 100 milligrams of caffeine. That's a kick. I'm going to take that. Where are we on advertising? Are there many restrictions? I don't think so. So you could ask about taxation policies or even more aggressive measures. But in the current scenario, something probably needs to change. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions for Álfgeir? Everybody hungry?
There will be a panel also, so
Yeah.
people can raise questions, then that's fine.
I think we will hear more about the regulations in the afternoon, and so you will be able to answer some questions.
Yeah, I'll be here.
afterward. Yeah. So
One there?
yeah, one question.
Hey, thank you. I just wanted to ask, because one of the energy drinks called Go-Go says that their energy drink is more healthy because they have natural coffee instead of synthetic one. And they state that the natural one goes more slowly into the bloodstream. Is that true? I really tried to find some info, but I couldn't.
I don't know. I've never heard this argument before. But it doesn't mean that it couldn't be true. I've never heard. I know that you can create medications that have slow release versus quick release, but maybe our nutrition people can answer this more. I have never heard that before.
No, I haven't.
Well, if you haven't heard it, then it's probably not true.
Þórhallur, have you heard it? No.
Okay.
No. So do we have more questions at this point? So if not, just wish you a good meal.
Thank you.
Hello? Yeah. Food is served out there if you want to have a lunch.
Thank you. Today I will represent this Norwegian Scientific Committee for Food and Environment, where I'm a member for a 4-year period at a time. But my daily work is with a Nordic institution. I work with the Nordic Institute of Dental Materials, and I'm a biophysicist. But I've been doing quite a bit of different risk assessment with many different agents. The report I will be talking about is what we delivered to the Norwegian Food Safety Authority in February this year. It was a request by them. So this was our panel. We're doing risk assessments on various food supplements and food materials and cosmetics and different agents. First of all, we needed a definition of energy drink when we did this compilation of studies, because there are many different authors. We have, for instance, a misunderstanding about sports drink and energy drink, especially in the dental field. So when we talk about energy drink now, we mean that it's more or above 50 milligram caffeine per deciliter, or it is this concentration combined with one or more plant substances, amino acids, vitamins or minerals. And it does not contain alcohol, but it may contain sugar and or sweetener. And I think a funny thing about this is that an energy drink may not contain any energy at all. We had to make some limitations because it was a quite large. We were asked many questions from the authorities, and to be able to answer those in a fairly short period of time, we had to make several limitations. So our mandate was to look at effects on children and adolescents. We got data from 8 to 18 years old. We did not include pregnant and lactating women in that group, which is the most vulnerable group, I think. We only used Norwegian intake studies and surveys, and we only looked at the negative health effects, no benefits. So, and we did not assess the health effects related to the sugar content or the acidity, such as effects on overweight or tooth health. And we only used studies on humans. We did not include animal studies. So there were several parts of the request, and that was to assess various drinking patterns, like what we call the normal. In the report, we call it a medium chronic. A high chronic was the highest of the normal intake, and then the highest acute, which was the highest within 24 hours. And we were to assess different concentrations, 15, 32, 40, and 55 milligram per deciliter. And in Norway, the most common concentration is 32 milligrams per deciliter. There are some of the higher ones, but not that much. We were told there are not that many of them. We were also asked to assess the risk of energy drink in combination with physical exercise, or dehydration, and also in combination with alcohol. And then also caffeine in other foods and drinks than energy drinks, such as cocoa, chocolate, tea, chocolate milk, and so on. So I put up a range here of the different concentrations in different caffeine-containing drinks, just to get an idea of the difference. And you probably are very familiar with this. You know that coffee has a very wide range, and energy drink may have a broader range that I show here. And also that, for instance, the chocolate milk is well, it's something there. It's usually more than Coke, according to our data. We took this mainly from the European Food Safety Authority report. And as we just heard now the previous speaker, we have to keep in mind that caffeine is a stimulating and addictive substance, and clearly there will be abstinence upon withdrawal. This can be, the symptoms are quite individual as far as we have seen. Individual tolerance can also be developed after repeated intakes. But we'll just learn everything about that now, so I don't have to go into that, luckily. Regarding the assessment of negative health effects, there were several reports and risk assessments available already, and we used all the those who were reported in the newer reports and risk assessments from 2013 and up till 2018. So we sort of covered the previous ones and the new ones. And then we used the scientific literature from 2013 to fall last year. And we had the professional librarian doing the searches, the literature searches for us. We ended up with 9,000 studies. And we clearly couldn't use or go through all of them. We had quite a few exclusion principles, and early on we decided to limit the studies to controlled studies on humans, that is randomized controlled trials, RCTs. So then we ended up with about 27 studies. And we did a very systematic assessment of these. We assessed the risk of bias in all of them, and also weight of evidence, that is the likelihood of an association between intake and adverse effect. So I will, in the end, if there's enough time, I will just tell you a little bit about that methodology in case someone here is interested in that. The key question was what should be the limit value for the negative health effects. Was there one for energy drinks that we could see from the studies? Was there one already for caffeine? There was one from EFSA. Should we perhaps change this? Should we suggest a new limit? For the assessment of intake, the questions were, of course, what was energy intake, and also what was the total intake of caffeine from the diet. This table shows the 4 intake studies that we based our intake assessment on. They were different, which was an advantage, actually. They didn't together give us the full picture, but a lot more than if we only had one. So we were lucky enough to be using the young diet or Ungt 3 study. The participants there were from 8 to 9 years old and 12 to 13 years old. You see the numbers there, fairly high response rate. Also, the Norwegian Consumer Council came with a report based on a poll from 2018. They had a wide range of ages, 10 to 12 years old, 13 to 15, and 16 to 18. A little lower participant number, a little lower response rate. But they covered most of the drinks. The mother and child study, MOBA, I just heard that someone are familiar with that, from 2017-2018. That's an ongoing study. It covers about 100,000 pregnancies, I think. This was a follow-up from that on the 13 to 15-year-olds. Not so high response rate. And then there is the Ungt, young data. It's an annual study about lifestyle factors. It was very interesting to hear some of the previous speakers here talk about the combination of other substances such as alcohol and cannabis use and the intake of energy drinks, because that's what they also found from this report. I think they studied cannabis intake and energy drinks and saw that there was a tendency that went in the same direction. I haven't seen the one for this year, but we clearly had to use the one for last year. This was in junior high and high school ages. And because they conduct the survey during school hours, they have a fairly high response rate. So that was very wise. A very important result that we saw was that we didn't find any evidence that energy drinks induce other effects, or that these effects are stronger or weaker and different than those of caffeine. There have been some speculations that maybe it is the combination of different substances in the energy drink that may cause certain effects that are worse than caffeine. It may be, but we could not find that from our studies. And that was also in line with EFSA's conclusions. So then we decided to apply the EFSA limits for a safe intake of caffeine that we were given earlier this morning. The 3 milligram caffeine per kilobody per day for so-called general negative health effects, which is some of those we have been told about here. It's cardiovascular, hematological, neurological, and several others. In addition to that, we decided to apply another limit for sleep disturbance, which is 1.4 milligram caffeine per kilobody per day, because this is very important for children and adolescents. So that means that there are, of course, less. The intake should be lower than if we had used the 3 milligram per kilobody per day. These are the results from the intake studies. I'll say a little bit about that first. So across all studies, about 45% had been drinking energy drinks. And as we see, and as all the other studies have shown, it's the intake or the percent of the people who are drinking energy drinks will increase across the age groups. So for the 8 to 12 years old, it was between 1 and 18%. These are just highest and lowest numbers. And for the next age group, 13 to 15 years old, it was between 30 and, it's a wrong number, it should be 53. And for 16 to 18 years old, it was between 55 and 70%. This was all studies combined. So the individual studies may have other numbers. And we also found that for the sort of normal intake, daily intake, which we call the chronic median, it varied between 1 and 81 milliliters per day. So between just a sip and a third of a small can. And then for the so-called chronic high, or those who drank the most normally, was between 114 and 418 milliliters. And then the highest acute that anyone drank, the highest amount that they drank in 24 hours varied between 400 milliliters and 10 liters. Luckily, that was, first we didn't believe that number. It was luckily only one person in the 16 to 18-year-old group. I'm a little bit more happy with this graph here. This is from one of the intake studies. It's from the Ungt data with about 50,000 participants. It shows that luckily the intake data are very skewed. So there are, is there a pointer somewhere? No? Well, but you see, a lot of people do not drink energy drinks, and many drink a little, and a few drink a lot. So in this illustration, you see that the maximum intake was 2 liters per day. It was not from the same study as the 10-liter person. And this was also the reason we had to use a median instead of an average. But also, as we have heard today, we have to keep in mind that there are multiple caffeine sources, and that also we found that the 8 to 18-year-old energy drink consumers who drink, they tend to consume more caffeine from other sources. They also drank more cola drinks, for instance. So it seems like if some have a trigger for caffeine. And we also have to remember that there are some groups that are more susceptible than others when it comes to caffeine. And that really increases the hazard. So that is people with underlying heart conditions that can give them arrhythmias and even a cardiac arrest. This may be very obvious for many of you, but the risk assessment contains several steps, and we of course have to find what is the hazard, what's the nature of the hazard, what's the dose response, is it linear, is it S-shaped or whatever. We also have to know something about the exposure, the amounts, and the frequencies. And we were so lucky that in some of the surveys and studies for intake, we were able to, they had given the frequency and the amount. Not all of the studies do that, so then it's very difficult to say something about how much and how frequent are people using energy drinks. And then, of course, in the end, we have to to say something about the likelihood of exceeding these limits that are set. This is a crowded illustration, actually. It ends up crowded. I try to, these funny little things I drawn here, they are cans, the small cans. I know they come in different sizes and yeah, some are thin and some are broad. This is a 2.5 deciliter. So I will focus on the 32 milligram in red because it's the most common one in Norway. The dashed blue line is when you reach the limit for sleep disturbance, and we see that depending on how much you are weighing, these age groups are of course a little broad. So 8 to 10 years old have a mean weight of 33 kilos. So then you cannot drink a full can before you reach that limit. Which also means that you can drink approximately small 2.5 deciliter of chocolate milk, could do the same, or about a regular bottle of Coke, 0.5 deciliter. And of course, when you weigh twice as much approximately as in the oldest age group, then you can drink approximately a can before you reach the limit for sleep disturbances. And for the general negative effects for the 32 milligrams, still in red, the solid line, you see that you can, the lowest age groups can drink just a little bit above 1 can before they reach that limit, and a little bit more than 2 cans when you are 16 to 18-year-old. And of course, the more caffeine the cans contain, the less you can drink. And I just have to note that this is not for the susceptible groups. These limits are not made for those from the susceptible groups. So when we look at the energy drink intake risk, the yellow is low or no risk. I guess there's never a no risk, so I have to say it's low. Orange, it's the limit for that it may pose a risk for sleep disturbances, and the red is when you reach the limit for general negative health effects. So you see we have divided into the different age groups here and the different drinking patterns. And the good news is that for what we call a normal intake pattern, the chronic median, for all of the concentrations, the young ones did not reach the limits, which is good. But once you go to the chronic higher, the highest normal intake for the 32 milligram caffeine per 1 deciliter, the 13 to 15 years old and the 16 to 18 years old, they will reach the limit for sleep disturbances. And then everybody will reach the limit for negative health effects for the 24 hours highest intake. So that's the typical binge drinking or over consuming. And of course, when you increase the concentration, you reach the limits earlier. For the caffeine intake from food and drinks, except the energy drinks, that is what comes from everything else, we only had one study that we could use. That was the Ungt 3. The problem with that is that it didn't include the soda beverages. it didn't separate between the different kinds of sodas with or without caffeine. But still, it seems like there was not a concern for these types of caffeine drinks and foods. When we look at only caffeine in drinks, except energy drinks, we also divided between a normal intake, the chronic median, and here we had the chronic high. No 24-hour large intake here. And for the non-energy drink consumers, you see that for the lower age groups there is no reason for concern, but in the oldest age group they drink so much that they may reach the limit for sleep disturbance. And then we see among the energy drink consumers, obviously they have this interest in caffeine, which caused the youngest age group to reach the limit for general negative health effects by other things than energy drinks. And also for the oldest age groups, they may reach the limit for sleep disturbance because of their intake from drinks like coffee and Coke and chocolate milk and so on. These data are from the Norwegian Consumer Council study, and they asked about drinks and not food. So this may also be an underestimation, actually. As I said, we were asked about the energy drink in combination with exercise or alcohol, and from the randomized control studies, we can easily imagine that it's difficult to make such studies with the alcohol, as I just talked to Ulf-Geir about. So we weren't able to draw any conclusions about the central nervous systems or any other effects with alcohol and energy drinks. It seems we had maybe one study. It wasn't well enough to draw any conclusions from. From the EFSA report, they reached the same conclusion that some studies go in one direction and some in the other direction. So I'm looking forward to new studies here from Ulf-Geir. Also, with the physical activity, there were very few data. There are, of course, many benefit studies. We don't know if they always ask the right questions, but some of them included adverse effects as well. It didn't seem to be any health effects after the activity, but and during the activity it was very often not asked for. And dehydration was unfortunately not assessed in the RCTs that we looked at. EFSA has a passage on that up to, I think it's about 200 milligrams per kilo, no, 200 milligrams. It should be, there is no problem with the temperature elevation, but that's not a very large dose. We had many pages written in the report about uncertainties. So I couldn't mention everything here, but of course the largest problems is there is a lack of dose-response relationships. We have fairly low doses of caffeine in the RCTs. The highest was about 6 milligrams per kilo body weight per day. And the effects from high doses are not so well described when there are any. And also that most of the data are based on adult exposure and effects. We were able to find one or two studies with the children, but of course then the doses were fairly small. For the intake part, there were few study participants in some of the groups, and we couldn't conclude or give them any number at all. And not all sources of caffeine were always included. And of course that, as with any type of these studies, responses are based on memory and they may be biased. So there was one dietary frequency study. They used a diary for 3 to 4 days. That's probably the better way of reporting your intake than being asked what did you drink a month ago. But that's what it is. Intake studies are difficult. Since I have a little bit more time left, I think I will just say a little bit about the methodology, how we perform these studies. It may be of interest for some of you if you're going to do similar assessments. We used a data extraction form. First, we wrote a protocol for how we were going to perform this risk assessment. We didn't stick to it 100%, so we had to write a few pages about what we made different. But we used the data extraction form so that we extracted everything from the studies, made it simpler in a way. And then to assess the quality of each study, we asked several questions. This seems very easy, but this took quite a bit of time, and we also had to calibrate us. We were always worked in pairs, and we got together and saw what have you answered, and if it was a big discrepancy, we started all over again. And until we agreed on these questions. So that could be, for instance, what was the administered dose or exposure level adequately randomized? Were the subject blinded to the study group during the study? Can we be confident in the exposure characterization? Very often we could not be because the exposure characteristics were often very poor. For instance, in caffeine studies, we didn't know how clean the caffeine was, how it was extracted, how it was analyzed. Sometimes it was used not very good placebo controls. It wasn't described, for instance. And then there were things about the statistics analysis that wasn't quite good. So we rated them with 2 pluses, 1 plus, 1 minus, or 2 minuses, and then we rated these again into different tiers. So this method is described from the Office of Health Assessment and Translation from the National Toxicology Program in the United States. The quality groups, the lowest risk of bias had 2 pluses. Then what was probably low risk of bias had 1 plus. Probably high risk of bias of not reported. If there was something that was not written, it was a minus, and definitely high risk of bias if then it got 2 minuses. And then they explain on the right here how that is done. And this is only for one thing. This is only for this one question. And then we also had to change some of these answers to fit our specific topic. For instance, for the exposure. So this was also something that we had to redo and calibrate. And then we divided all the studies from these into different tiers. So they came into different levels of quality and how we trusted them. Then we went on to assess each study per endpoint, the weight of evidence. that the degree of confidence in the association between the intake and the health effect. So we said it had a high confidence in the association between intake and health effect if the true effect is highly likely to be reflected in the parent relationship. And as you see, this is nothing that you can put 2 lines under. It's always something that we have to discuss and agree about. The moderate confidence was if the true effect may be reflected in the parent relationship. Low confidence if it was the true effect may be different from the parent relationship. And the very low confidence was that when the true effect is highly likely to be different from the parent relationship. And that's a very tricky one. We ended up saying that it was inadequate, just not well enough. So there was also many philosophical discussions around this, but I think we learned a lot. I bring around this one because that's something that I think everyone doing this has to think about. And then when we had done each individual study that way, we did an overall assessment of all studies with the same endpoint. So is there a likely association between the intervention and the effect? Then again, we did this rating, whether there was a health effect present or whether a health effect was not present. And then we did the same again with the degrees of likelihood between likelihood of an association between the intake and the health effect. And again, if a health effect was not present, it says here it's an evidence of no health effect, which we cannot actually really say, so we changed that to inadequate. So this is how the worksheet looked like for the weight of evidence assessment. It's a little small fonts here, but for the endpoint could be, for instance, change in blood pressure after intake of energy drink. Then there were certain elements that triggered a downgrading of the evidence, and certain elements that triggered upgrading. So and there we see again the risk of bias comes into play. Depending on the quality of the risk of bias or the degree of risk of bias, they were upgraded, they were downgraded. And also we included funding bias. So a few of the studies were downgraded due to that. And if they couldn't explain the consistency in results, they were downgraded, and also if there were imprecision, like the exposure was not well enough explained. And then if we found that there was a large effect, it was upgraded, or if it was a dose response, it was upgraded. If there was a great effect despite all confounders, it was upgraded. And then we did an overall consistency assessment again, and rated them according to that. It also meant that there were new heavy discussions. And we ended up then with a final rating of very likely, likely as not, unlikely and very unlikely. And for no effect, it was very likely no effect or inadequate level of evidence. And from there on, we used those that were very likely, or the 2 highest degrees. Those were the ones that we decided to use to say that the health effects were similar to the limits set by EFSA, so we stuck to those. And that we didn't see the difference between effects from caffeine and the energy drinks. So that was the methodology for that. And so I have to thank my project group and the panel. We worked together quite heavily for a few months, and also we were so lucky to get expert help from another toxicologist, one at the Dutch Public Health Institute, and also we had two medical doctors that helped us with some of the endpoints. Also, of course, the librarian who did all the literature search for us, and a very good. I think we had a good. We had very good communication with the Norwegian Food Safety Authority on this project. So, thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Before I allow them to ask questions, I have one. How strong was the evidence regarding sleep disturbance? Could we use your report to make a decision to not sell energy drinks containing 320 or 32 per deciliter to children, or bring it down to 150? Is it strong enough, or would you lose in court?
Well, I have to point out that we are doing only risk assessment, so we cannot do any risk handling, and we shouldn't give advice on regulating this. I would say from the studies, it was not very convincing evidence about sleep disturbance. From the adverse effect studies, from the randomized control studies, but of course the doses were not that high. But if you take this limit seriously, then you see that, as I showed, that it's very easy to reach that limit. So I can only say that. Then you have to do the rest.
Do we have questions for Ellen? Yeah, I see one.
Thank you very much. I'm from Norway, as you know, and I've been very interested in this study, of course. I'm Kaja from the Norwegian Consumer Council,
Hello.
so I'm happy that you have used some of our data.
Yeah.
Risk assessments are very important because they are used as a basis for risk management and health policy. So the way we conduct them is of course, very, very important. So I have a couple of questions to you. The aim of this risk assessment was to assess health effects in children and adolescents. And you chose to only evaluate RCTs in your study, which are conducted on adults. So how do you think your approach, with only including RCTs and not including any of, for example, Christianson's studies, are a sufficient approach in order to address the question at stake? I mean, children and adolescents. Okay, that was the first one. The second one,
can I take one at a time, because
Yeah.
I will not remember
Okay.
all the 15 questions in the end. We think that 27 RCTs is quite good. It's always you would always want to do more if it's possible. It's also a matter of what's possible within a time frame. And when it comes to the meta-analysis, we started actually doing that. I have read quite a few of them. And in those, they also included many of those that we later had to disregard, because there were so many funded by the industry, for instance. There were a lot of conflicts of interest in those. So I think that even though we have the RCTs, which is very high quality, I think that we ended up with a fairly good overview, and also we of course read several case reports, like instance from the French Public Health Institute. So we are aware of the consequences of very high intakes, and that also is taken in to. I'm sure you have read the report. It's also taking into the discussions and conclusions. That's why we also say that these limits are not for very susceptible people with underlying heart conditions, for instance.
Yeah, but you don't see children and adolescents as susceptible
yeah, that was
population.
That's a very good question, and that's very. We were wanting to have more studies with the children. We had 1 or 2, as I said, with fairly low doses. So, but that's not. We cannot. We are not magicians. I mean, we cannot just find these studies. The researchers have to go out and do them. But that's also why we decided to use the lower limit for sleep disturbance to include that. And also, we know that children actually, they have.
But these studies actually assume that, and in this approach, you actually assume that children can take as much caffeine as adults. So maybe that is a problematic perspective.
That's why we also included the 1.4 milligram per deciliter limit, and why we also stress this susceptible group statement.
Mm-hmm. So my second question was on the exposure calculations. So as you also pointed out, there are very easily that children and adolescents exceed the safety limits by drinking energy drinks. So how do you think it is a good way of calculating exposure to calculate an average daily median consumption when these are consumed in one sitting, but not necessarily every day? Doesn't that affect the exposure?
Yeah, so we didn't do that. We used the median.
Yeah, but still it's per day. So when a child is consuming 1 can of 500 milliliters, you actually disperse it on several days. So that's why you end up with 81 milliliter in high consumption groups.
Yeah, there are several ways of doing this, and I think this was the least worst from the data that we had. And we also have the 24-hour largest intake, which is also very important.
Thank you, Ellen. We have to continue, but we can have more discussions at the panel later on. So our next speaker is from Denmark, Sandra Fisker. She will talk about the regulations.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to take some of your time today to present a little bit about the Nordic countries' regulation on energy drinks. I'm here together with my Icelandic colleague. I work at the Danish Food Administration in the Department for Chemistry and Food Quality.
I'm working here at the Food Authority Agency, or Authority, Food and Veterinary Authority, and I am with this very happy to have it here. So we are talking about together.
Yes, so we're going to divide the presentation a bit. I'll begin, and then Sulema will take over a little bit later. what we were thinking of informing you about today is the EU framework, and then also the different regulatory approaches from the Nordic countries, and also a bit about the thought process that lies behind the different recommendations and legislation. And in the end, we will sum up with some common understandings. So to dive right in, we have a framework regulation that actually applies for the addition of vitamins and minerals, but also these certain other substances to food, and that is, for example, caffeine. And other substances is quite a vague term, but it just means a substance that is not a vitamin or a mineral, but it has some sort of nutritional or physiological effect. And it is the EU legislation that provides all the generic rules concerning this food fortification. And there is a possibility to restrict the fortification of certain substances to food. The European Commission has never meant for this regulation to be a full harmonization of the rules. So therefore we have these differences in different countries where we introduce national legislation, because this is not a full harmonization of all the rules. But what we can do in the European legislation is either monitor or restrict or prohibit certain substances if they are present in amounts that exceed the volumes that you would consume from a normal balanced diet, or in other ways present a risk for the consumers. But as it happens, it's only a very few substances or plants that are actually regulated in this European legislation. And this is also reflected by the fact that it's not supposed to be a full harmonization of the rules. But it requires a thorough set of data in order for a member state to ask the Commission to regulate a certain substances and put it on this list in the regulation. But in theory, caffeine could be placed upon this EU list, but that is just not the case at the moment. Yeah. But what member states then tend to do is notify the Commission that they find it necessary to adopt new legislations because there are no EU restrictions. And of course, this requires thorough justification, and it needs to be proportional with the risk that the substance proposes. And we have some examples of countries who have applied such national legislation, and it's Denmark, it's Belgium, it's Iceland, and Latvia, just to mention a few. Some of them cover only food supplements, others cover both ordinary foods and food supplements. And even though you in a country haven't had any national regulation on this area, you can still prohibit the marketing of certain foods that are unsafe. So this is part of the general food legislation, that you can actually ban foods that are injurious to health. So you don't, in theory, need to adopt national measure to prevent dangerous foods from being marketed, but it's a much more difficult process, because then you have to go out and ban each product on its own. Whereas if you adopt some national measure, then you can create some sort of application system, and then the product won't be marketed until it actually has an approval. So it's two different approaches. There's also a bit of legislation concerning the labeling at a European level. And this requires for beverages that has a caffeine content of 15 milligrams per 100 milliliters or more to be labeled with a warning statement. And the warning statement is as here: high caffeine content, not recommended for children, pregnant or breastfeeding women. And this statement has to be placed in the same field of vision as the name of the product, and it has to be followed by a reference of the caffeine content. And this has been mandatory in all of Europe since 2014. There is an exemption, and that's these beverages that are based on coffee, tea, or extracts of coffee and tea, and where the name of the food reflects this. And that's because we, at a European level, has argued that if you see the word coffee on a product, you will also expect to get the caffeine from the product. Whereas these energy drinks are fairly new products compared to coffee or tea. But talking about energy drinks, then it's quite interesting that there's actually no definition in the legislation concerning the term energy drink. And this you will also not find in the national regulation, but in most eyes it's just a reference to this non-alcoholic but highly caffeinated soft drink, and mostly water-based as well. But what other substances are included and whether it contains sugar or not is very different. But to move a bit on to some of the Nordic countries, we'll head on with the Danish legislation at first, where we actually had caffeine restricted in the Environmental Protection Agency's order on poisons. And here it was actually prohibited in foods except for soft drinks with a limit of 15 milligrams per 100 milliliters. And in 2009, this restriction was actually moved to the Food Administration's national order. And here we allowed for the possibility of companies applying to use caffeine in foods. And the permission was increased to 32 milligrams per 100 milliliters. And it was given to individual products with restrictions on can size and also warning statements. And this shift in the legislation, it was made at the same time as EFSA had addressed the safety of the substance taurine, for instance. And this is quite commonly used in energy drinks as well, and there had been some concerns about this substance as well. But they found that it was not of any concern in the amounts present in energy drinks. So then one problematic substance had been cleared in these drinks. And also the amount of 32 milligrams per 100 milliliters, that roughly translates into the level of what you can get from a cup of coffee if you drink one of these 250 milliliters can. Then in 2011, we made the approval general so that we didn't need to have applications for individual products, but if you had a level below 32 milligrams, then you could just notify us and not wait for our approval. And if you wanted a higher amount, then you would have to apply for this. Or if you wanted to add caffeine, of course, to other food categories, then you would also need to apply. And when we made this general approval, we also made a mandatory warning statement for these high caffeine products. And this was before the European statement was introduced, but it was more or less the same statement that was later adopted at a European level. We also have a number of recommendations. So besides regulating the caffeine content in food, we also give advice to the population. And seeing as a moderate intake of caffeine via energy drinks is considered safe for adults and teenagers with the current maximum level, then we have, so to speak, protected all those with a moderate intake. But of course, the problem is not everybody has a moderate intake, but not in all cases, then we can legislate our way out of these very excessive intakes of a product. And that, of course, requires some sort of education so that the consumer knows what is recommended by the authorities. And this, of course, is great in combination with a piece of legislation that ensures the more moderate intakes. So we have made one publication that we had distributed to a lot of schools, and of course is available at our website, where it basically explains that children should not drink energy drinks, and that teenagers shouldn't drink more than 1 can of energy drink per week, and this, per day, and this is only if they don't eat any caffeine from other food sources, so cola or coffee or tea. But when you take into consideration that a lot of these energy drinks actually have quite a high sugar content as well, then we in the Danish Food Administration actually recommend that all these teenagers limit their intake of energy drinks to 0.5 liter per week. So there are multiple components in energy drinks that needs to be taken into account when you make these sort of recommendations. We also did make a small passage on the combination between energy drinks and alcohol, and have warned that it might camouflage the effect of the alcohol. And whether the science is pointing in opposite directions or not, then we at least have the warning, and as the science grows stronger, we can make a new position or keep the current one. And to move on to the Norwegian legislation, Norway is actually in the process still of creating this national order that shares many similarities with the current Danish one. And it's also a regulations of a number of substances, just as the Danish one. And here there will also be a general approval of these 32 milligrams of caffeine in soft drinks. And it will come into force this January in 2020. It's the same concept that companies can apply for permission to use caffeine in higher amounts, but just as the Danish Food Administration, the Norwegian authorities has also said that it's unlikely that they will increase the general approval. And this is, of course, due to all these harmful effects that we've been listening to this morning. And the new legislation is partially based on an investigation that they performed last year. And of course, a very thorough risk assessment that Ellen just presented. And this investigation was on the potential measures to protect children and youngsters against high caffeine intakes. And the report concluded that if energy drinks contained only these 32 milligrams per 100 milliliter, then moderate intakes would be safe and not give rise to sleep disturbances or other adverse effects. But of course, we have the issue again with teenagers with a prolonged and high or excessive intake of energy drinks. So besides having this caffeine limitation in soft drinks, the authorities wrote a nice report where they also recommended a number of other measures that could be taken. And this is, of course, increasing the level of knowledge of caffeine and energy drinks. It's to monitor the development of the markets and also the population's intake of energy drinks and other caffeinated foods for that reason. And of course, they also want to enter into some sort of dialogue with the industry to encourage them to develop some more binding guidelines for their self-regulation of the energy drink market. They did consider a statutory age limit, but at the current risk, they did not find it to be a proportionate measure, and this is crucial for introducing national legislation in the EU. They did state that they could revisit this subject again if we continue to see this increased consumption of energy drinks in children and young people. And this is in spite of the other measures being implemented. And I actually talked with one of my Norwegian colleagues 2 weeks ago, and she said they were already beginning to start work on these recommendations. So it will be interesting to see the process. And then we have also a bit of insights from Sweden. They have no national legislation on caffeine in foods. At the moment, they're prioritizing their resources differently in the area of food supplements. They do have a marketing act that establishes restrictions for marketing to children, but there are no specific provisions on energy drinks. And I think this is true for all the Nordic countries. They have the most common caffeine content of 32 milligrams per 100 milliliters, but some exceed this level. And here we also see some of these shots that were mentioned previously today. They encourage a voluntary age limit of 15 years, and it's used by parts of the industry. And they have a number of recommendations as well for energy drinks. And there is links in the slides, so you can look into that later. They conducted an investigation last year as well, but they found something interesting that I think is different from the other Nordic countries, and that is that the 11 to 18-year-olds, their consumptions of energy drinks was quite low compared to other sources of caffeine, that is coffee and tea and cola drinks. And here we have the age 11 with the blue lines, and age 14 with the red lines, and age 17 with the green lines. So here we see that energy drinks actually leads to much less of exceedance than other caffeinated products. They did also conclude that a maximum limit would be beneficial, but you can find the full report on their website. It's very detailed, very long, so I won't go into further discussions of this report. But it's just an interesting find compared to the other Nordic countries. Yes, I'll give the floor to my colleague.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Finland has the same approach of Sweden. There is no legislation in current existence there. So the risk management decisions are based on the EFSA opinion from 2015. And also has been from concern this increase in consumption by young people. There's no political decision have been taken yet, but there is the aim there to minimize the sale of energy drinks to young people. But some companies, as I have heard, that they has on a voluntary basis ceased to sell the energy drinks to children under the age of 15. So we have here, we are in the middle of, I think, in one hand we have Denmark and Norway with maximum limit, and on the other hand we have Finland and Sweden with no limit, with no regulation for caffeine in foods. So we are right in the middle, I think. Iceland, we allowed to have caffeine, and to understand how it is going, I think I will go very briefly about little bit about the history. And caffeine has been regulated under the food additive regulation. So, and it was moved then 2005 to the regulation on food flavoring. But then to understand that it was, of course, used as such substance in Coca-Cola, Pepsi, as a food flavoring. But at that time we knew that caffeine was used more as for the physiological effect in energy drinks. So we wanted to make rules more clear at that time, and in line with the regulation in the European Union, which came up in 2006. We set a new regulation maintaining the maximum limit for 150 milligrams per liter, and it was limited. It was allowed for soft drink, but not to other foods. And it was sent to the Commission through this notification, technical notification procedure, and we get some comments there, which said, the Commission said to us, we cannot set this regulation because we were restricting the free movement of goods. They said also that already they had the labeling regulation in force, and all foods that contains more than 150 milligrams per liter that already were harmonized, and also they sent a complaint or the comment that this principle of proportionality was not taken really into account. So it all make us to rethink and to come with another regulation. And in 2008, we make a new regulation, and we abolished the one from 2007, and we didn't set any limits then, and it was no limitation for soft drinks, but prohibited still for other foods. So what happened after 2008? It was, of course, then we saw so many energy drinks coming to the market. The amount was around 320 milligrams per liter. We saw also energy shots coming to the market. There was no restriction about the can size and the bottle size. And we saw, for example, energy drinks at that time with a 1 liter bottle containing 300 milliliter caffeine. And the labeling here, the language, it was all in English, in all of the different languages. So, but I think the most principal or most principal case, it was in 2011 when we faced that it was really this regulation had an impact. When 2 teenagers were hospitalized and with increased heart rate and arrhythmias after drinking of energy drinks. At that time, we also were asked from food supplement companies for the revision of the regulation, because we until then we were only allowing to have in soft drinks and not in other foods, not in food supplements. And by the end of 2011, so we have the results of the survey, and they show that it was the increasing consumption of caffeine was increasing among the teenager, and so all together make us to rethink, to revise the regulation we had, and to put again a limit for caffeine. And we have, of course, the experience from 2007, and we have also our colleagues from Denmark. They have already put the the regulation, it was enforced, and we make a new regulation, a national regulation in 2014, and where we allowed not only for soft drinks, but also for food supplements, and it was allowed then to have 320 milligrams per liter, and when food contains more than that amount, food business operator can apply for authorization. So the European requirement for labeling for the warning statement for caffeine was already in place, as already Sandra talked about, but we we went a little bit further here in Iceland, and we required the food business operator to label also this statement in Icelandic. It was a big step here. So according to that regulation, it is allowed to have soft drinks up to 320 milligrams per liter without permission. All companies have to apply for permission if exceeding that amount, and it has been able. The application has been able since 2015, but first 2017 we got the first application for energy drinks, and at the moment no marketing is possible without permission from us, from the Icelandic Food and Veterinary Authority, and the control of the market is by the local control authorities. And the application procedure, we have all in that regulation. It shall be based on the risk assessment. We might seek expert assistance. We have already, every application we got went through the research unit of nutrition of the University of Iceland. We might prohibit or impose conditions also for the production, marketing, or import of if we consider that the product might be harmful to the consumer or to a group of consumers. And here probably it's more important to think and to be aware of that. Because of the development here, then we also have in our regulation that we also might prohibit or impose conditions to products that have already received a permission. And this is probably very important to have it. So how it is look in practice, we have allowed, after seeking advice or from the University of Iceland, we saw that this is a special category. This is a product that contains very high amount of caffeine. So we make it mandatory to have warning labeling. Warning labeling, which should be in front of the pack of the product, and it should state very high caffeine content. And it was made to make sure that the consumer it's very clear about the caffeine content, and it should be also the amount of caffeine per unit and per 100 milliliter state there. And because of the product category, it was the caffeine content, it was too high. We saw that we couldn't allow it to be marketed and to be sold to children under 18 years old. And that is why we have the sale bans here for this category, for this product. But for the adult consumer, there also were warning labeling that they should know about that, because these products have a very high amount of caffeine. There is this warning labeling that they has to be on the can, but it's not necessary in front of the pack. And if there are this year, for example, then don't mix with alcohol, or don't drink 1 unit parallel with with a lot of physical activity and so on. And all this requirement has to be in Icelandic and has to be attached to every unit. So there is some challenges, of course, for consumer. All type of energy drinks we have products containing caffeine up to 320 without permission, and some of them have permission, and they are also they contain very high amount of caffeine, but they are all together. So they are all in the same spot. In the shelf in the store. So it's probably very difficult for consumers to make a difference. And sometimes we find also that there is no differentiation in the appearance. Some products that are very similar also in the label, in the marketing, and it might be easy to confuse when the consumer is buying this product. So what is also a challenge is that some of the producers are using stickers, and some has already printed in the can. But the challenges are also for the local control authorities. There are some companies, stores that have set age limit. But there is not harmonization there. So sometimes we will find stores where the signs is there, and there is no allowed to have to sell energy drinks for kids under certain age, but there is no harmonization. And sometimes we will find stores where there is no signs at all. Lately we have already, at least here in Iceland, we have already we are seeing more this self-service system, and where people can buy and pay and without assistance. But as already Ingibjörg told us today, there is a kind of a challenge for the control authorities, but I think as myself already tried to buy there, and it's probably working, but we have to ask really where this is really efficient right now. So here only it's very important to notice here that the energy drink market is increasing. We have some sales numbers here from Denmark and Sweden. They are quite old, but we have seen all increase all from 2009 until then. But I was working with this lecture, and I got numbers, import numbers from 2018 and 19 here in Iceland, and I was quite surprised to see how quickly it has increased. So we have here the numbers from 564,000 in 2018. And now we have almost 3 times more import of this product. It was only October when I took this number. So we see a lot of increase on the market.
And I'll just take a few more seconds of your time with this last slide, where there isn't much time to go into depth, but we consider that in addition to national measures in regards to legislation, then we also find that there are a lot of voluntary tools that are very useful. And some of the big organizations in Europe have made their own code of practice. And in the recent years, several supermarket chains have introduced these voluntary age limits in a number of European countries. And we acknowledge that it is an approach that should be tackled from different angles, and that this will probably yield the results that we're all desiring. So it's not only legislation, it's also information to the public, and it's also industry self-regulation. And together we hope to get a handle on this issue. So thank you.
So I will talk a little bit now. I think we will just take a short break now, and because we are a little bit behind schedule. So you will take questions in the panel afterwards. So we have a short break and come back in, 7 minutes.
Sorry, Sulema, for not introducing. I didn't read all. Okay, we are about to start again. I want to apologize to Sulema not for introducing her earlier. I lost my concentration. She was in the agenda, but of course she made a contribution here, very important. Next, we have two presentations actually, because the representative from the primary healthcare, she couldn't be here. So we have the first one from Sigríður Kristín Hrafnkelsdóttir from the Directorate of Health, and the second one from Fríða Rún Þórðardóttir on behalf of the National Olympic and the Sports Association in Iceland, and she is a nutritionist as well. So please.
Thank you. My name is Sigríður Kristín. As said before, I would like to thank for the invitation of speaking here. This is a subject that is of interest and of concern for secondary schools, which is the area that I work in. I would like to talk a little bit about what we at the Directorate are doing to trying to work in kind of a comprehensive settings approach to address all kinds of health promoting, what would you say, health promoting issues that we have. We do work in many areas. Firstly, talking about the health promoting community, that is an area that we try to work with communities to try to address what needs to be there for health promoting area. Health promoting preschool, health promoting elementary school, and health promoting upper secondary school, which are those three here. And then for health promoting workplaces and senior citizens, we have out there, we are working on these areas now we're kind of always expanding a bit. Starting about 10 years ago, the Public Health Institution now is a part of the Directorate of Health in Iceland. Started those projects in health promotion. And from that time, about 10 years ago, there has been a massive development in these programs. Our work is to provide them with guidelines that we do by providing checklists that I will show you a bit into, trying to just give you an idea of how we try to get around this big work. So we try to make a good infrastructure for health promotion in every setting. Our strategy is, of course, in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we would like to address that always. The goal number 3 of good health and well-being is one of our guidelines, and it's really the core of our work. So we really celebrated such a massive work from the United Nations as the SDG is, and it was a really support to our work, and it fitted right in. We can say that the SDGs supports us along with the strategy of public health in Iceland, which is provided by the government. Just to connect our work a bit. Yeah, you can see there how health promoting community and then the schools, how we set up the lining. But to health promoting schools, the main aim of the program is to support the schools and to create a supportive environment and conditions that promote healthy behavior and lifestyle, health and well-being for all. And as I said, this has been going on for 10 years. The guidelines are kind of carried out by a checklist that has recently been updated for the upper secondary schools. The focus on nutrition has always been very strong. It was like that from the beginning. In those 10 years, we have seen a huge difference in the food selection within the upper secondary schools. But we need to do a lot better. And mainly, as I have been going to schools, visiting them, and kind of hearing about what is the problem? Why can't we, why isn't there just healthy food for all in all schools? And the form of the operations are the main problems within the schools, as I hear. The school boards mainly want to outsource the operations. There are very few schools that, upper secondary schools that do run the cafeteria themselves. So they kind of lose control over what is being sold within the walls of their schools. And I'm saying that there are upper secondary schools that actually sell energy drinks. And that is really, really sad. And that being said, all of the upper secondary schools in Iceland have an agreement with the Directorate of Health of being a health promoting school. They put that up on their walls, but some of them still sell energy drinks. And this is a constant kind of fight, you might say. I'm not saying that all of those schools sell them, but some of them do. We get many questions about from those that are trying to keep the schools free out of energy drinks. I know Hólmfríður, my colleague that is sitting over there, she gets lots of questions since she's in the Department of Nutrition. She gets a lot of questions when there is a new drink out. Is this drink good enough? Can we sell this one? So that is really something that should just be a line of, this is an energy drink and we do not sell them. We are a health promoting school. So the school kind of gives a guideline for healthy selection, but there are no clear restrictions. The school board is, I would say, would be the ones that are, following our guidelines, and they would be the ones that are telling the managers of the cafeteria what to sell and what not to sell. But the energy drinks are among those products that are high in sale numbers, and the operation manager is focused on the profit at the end. And even though the school is a health promoting school, we see that many of our contacts in the schools are in constant battle to keep these products away. Some school headmasters and teachers do not even know that the energy drinks are being sold within the walls of their schools. And I have been into a school on a meeting about health promoting school for like an hour, sitting up with the board of a health promoting school. They have told me that they are not selling energy drinks, and then I just walked down to the cafeteria to see what they are selling, and I saw the energy drinks there. So they do not even check it out. It can be, it is that, it is that kind of a problem. Maybe, I'm wondering, do they care? At least they sometimes do not know. So in our guidelines for health promoting school, we do address this issue very strongly. But in the end, it's always the headmaster and the board of the school that decides how to work with our guidelines. So to give you an example of a comprehensive approach, what we are trying to do I am the project manager of a health promoting upper secondary school, but how do we make all of these things work together? You know, like it's not enough just to educate, and it's not enough just to make rules and regulations. You have to have everything together, everything lined up, working together if you want to make progress. And these are the steps that you would need to promote healthy consumption in a school. The student would need an interest and the skills needed to choose a healthy diet. The parents would need the knowledge of the effects of a good nutrition. They need to motivate and educate the youth, and they need to be a role model. The schools need to have the rules on what is being sold in the schools. Motivate and educate parents and students, and also be a role model. You see, some schools in health promoting school programs, I have heard from them that the staff does not think they're included. They exclude themselves, but of course it doesn't work that way. We're all in the same group. This is a workplace for young people and the teachers. What can the municipality and the local government can do? They can think of the density of stores that are selling unhealthy products close to the schools, such as energy drinks. And they can have an active follow-up. And the national government rules and regulations for unhealthy products, like we were seeing the last talk about. So, what do we know about the problem in upper secondary schools? It is a known problem. It has gone up from 22% to 55% in 2 years. Drinks are being sold, energy drinks are being sold at some schools. We do know about the information to the youth is getting on the effects of daily, we do not know about the information. We do not know what is being taught about this within the school. My feeling is that it depends on the interest of the school board and the teachers. In those schools that they are trying to keep the energy drinks away, it is really hard for them, because the students are constantly asking. And my feeling is they do not have the information to teach them about the downside effects of the consumption. Parents are concerned, and we have had emails from concerned parents about pictures of coolers with energy drinks, and the question of is this right in a health promoting school? Of course it's not. We really provided that parent with some information, but the parent thought that was concerned that because this was a small community in a small school, that the student would be affected by the parent being interfering. And we can see that the more energy drinks they are drinking, the less sleep they get. And I have that slide, that the same numbers that Margaret Lilja was introducing this morning, just stating that. This is from Icelandic Center for Research, Social Research and Analysis. And this is all that we are working with. But our health promoting checklist about nutrition, I just wanted to explain that a little better. There are three main areas. We ask about the school strategy on nutrition in 6 different questions. We ask about supply and access to healthy food in 15 different questions. And we ask about health education in the area of nutrition in 2 different questions. So just to give you, we have a website that the schools that are health promoting are working with, and they just answer these checklists, and they can evaluate where they are. So it's a story that they can. It's not a yes or no. It's from 1 has not been executed or fulfilled to 5 fully executed or fulfilled. So we have that to work with, and this is an example from our checklist. These are, you will probably get those slides later on, right? You can read the exact questions, but I mean, like energy drinks, soda drinks, sports drinks, water drinks with citric acid, and sugar drinks are not sold within the walls of the school. That is one of the things that we emphasize. Here are some more examples. So just to finish this up, because that was the question in the beginning, do health authorities, schools, colleges, colleges, which was upper secondary schools, and sports clubs need to work together? Yes, I think so. We need to create supportive environments and conditions that promote healthy behavior and lifestyle, including health literacy. Cooperation is a key, and we are all role models, which is also a key to a better health. And we can change, I think. So thank you.
Will speak a little, yeah. I think we move on to Fríðarún. Thank you. Just one short question. Do they lose their label if they don't follow? How bad do they have to get to lose the label?
Not today, they don't lose the label.
They should. They should lose the label.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to come. I just came for half an hour ago, but I was watching the live broadcast through the computer at work because I couldn't be here. And for you that were presenting, it was very clear, and it was a good, what do you say, like broadcasting. So the information came very well across. But yeah, I come basically, I am a nutritionist. I work at the university hospital, and I have been within the sports association for many, many years, being an athlete myself for over 30 years. And my interest is very much into nutrition and health and how you can promote these factors. So to wrap up a little bit what we have gone through today, just very shortly, why are we and the youth using energy drinks? Stressors in daily life, stressors at school. They do not consume coffee. That's more the older generation that does that. But still they are seeking energy to drive them through the day. There's lots of influence on their attitudes and their beliefs. For example, the media. The drinks are flavorful, they are fresh, they give them some hype and sparkles. There are role models that are using these drinks on the media. We have sports heroes that are promoting these drinks. So all this information are coming straight towards the youth. And this is encouraging a high intake. But the negative effects, we have gone through this morning. This disturb in sleep, induce an anxiety. We sometimes forget the effects on the teeth, and that's something that is a future problem, because if you are ruining your teeth, it's something that you can't just get back. So that's an important factor. And then possible overdosing of some vitamins, because some of these drinks are loaded with vitamins, and drinking these drinks and then adding that into their normal nutrition, even though it's not very good, that can create some high intakes if you look into longer terms. And our concern is these are small bodies most of the time. They get addicted. That leads to overconsumption. Maybe nutrition deficiency, because they are drinking this fake energy. They lack real energy. And then, again, overconsumption of some vitamins that can give them problems with nerves and things like that. And then things that have also come across here today is overconsumption or consumption along with alcohol. We are looking at lack of sleep. They get into a vicious cycle. And for youth, it affects their health and development. And for example, for athletes, some of them are high consumers of these. This has effects on their recovery and physical adjustment to exercise. And I'm sure that some of them are not aware of this, because it's not enough to just show up at practice and do what the coach tells you to do. You have so many other factors that you have to look into: nutrition, rest, and also work on your mental health. And then an anxiety due to high caffeine intake. And we have to define, if we get into this situation, having an anxiety, why is it? Where does it come from? So, before you go on a medication or you see a psychologist, maybe you should think of what in my environment or what am I myself doing that are inducing these things. So lower the amount or remove the stressor if this is due to caffeine. And there are actions to take, and it's not on one hand. Like told before, it's a joint approach. We have to work on this together, because there's like no one person or no factor that works on this. And I would like to divide it into like 4 parameters. So if we look at the family, advise the youth on the effects of energy drinks, on development, on their health, mental status, rest and recovery. Teach them and encourage how they eat healthy, give them sound nutritional recommendations that are simple, and we have lots of good advices on good health that are put in a language they can understand. And then advise adults that are, raising and helping these kids and are around them on the effects of energy drinks on this population. And then encourage the parents, some of them are us here, to set a good example. Because they look at we do, and it's very difficult to say you don't do this if you do it yourself all the time. And there were some speakers talking about it this morning, that if you are always staying up late in the computer and on the phone, and they see you do it, it's very hard for you to tell them not to do it, because you're doing it yourself. And then if we look at the schools, encourage schools to take action and discuss this overconsumption of energy drinks and talk about it openly. And it's not in the room where the teachers meet, but with everybody. Maybe we have to evaluate our school system in relation to length of the years, the program. We were talking about it in Kastljós last night. Length of the school day. There were good examples here this morning concerning starting later in the morning, but then a teacher stood up and said, but if we do that, are the sports clubs going to move practice in the morning? And that was a very good example. But anyhow, we know that lots of kids are doing extra exercise in the morning. They get up very early to make it at practice at 6, and then they go to school, and then they have another practice maybe in the afternoon or at night. So this has to be constructed all together. And peer education, the older students teach the younger ones. And then consensus on the selection in vending machines in the school environment. Authorities, there are ways that MAST can maybe, be stricter on what limits there are, and there are warnings on most of the cans, but they're in small letters, and maybe people just are not turning the can around and reading this information. And maybe MAST has to have more power to enforce a greater extent the sales in the market, for example, the age of consumption, and then more detailed advice on the content of the vending machines. Their lýðheilsu eða landlæknisembættið and MAST and other authorities can help out in creating these guidelines. And then the sports community, educate the coaches and PE students, the ones that are going to be coaches and leaders in the sports community, on the effects, so they can give good or clear guidance to these athletes, and encourage them to be set a good example. And the Icelandic Olympic Sports Association, have a good discussion on the energy drinks, and there is a kind of a online course coaches can take, and there's like people or interested individuals from all kinds of sports that take this course, and they get lots of education on all kinds of nutrition and things related to training and how you create a program, and then putting some information in this kind of area, so they have good information. And then consensus on the selection in vending machines and in the sports environment, because there are lots of vending machines there that needs to be controlled a little bit better. So these are four areas that I can see where we can do better. And we have all the data, we know the effects, and we know energy drinks are affecting the youth to the worst. So we need to take action. But like at the end of the day, most of us are getting tired, and we have lots of information, and we know lots of things of bad effects. But I remember like in the morning when Margaret Lilja was talking about like how it has been possible to diminish youth drinking. And if we can do that, why can't we, work on this problem and diminish drinking of energy drinks and find other more effective ways to stay with good energy during the day. And we have to take ourselves seriously because the energy drinks, they are playing tricks on us. And they are very strong and very much open in the marketplace. So we have to be strong towards them. Thank you.
Till my voice, yeah. Thank you, Frida. Now I want to invite all the speakers of the day to the panel discussion. I was told that there are only 2 people able to speak at the same time. Is that enough? I don't know. So please, Ásgeir, who else is here? Frida. Did the others leave already? Sulema, so do you, yeah. So, okay. So I will give each one of you, maybe in less than 1 minute, just a conclusion. What should we do now? What is the next step we should take? So if we start here by you, Ellen.
Is this loud enough? Yeah. I cannot give any advice on the regulation, but I think that it was very good to look at, like Sulema and Sandra did, was to look at the regulation of the other countries and what was the background for their conclusions. And I also have a big admiration for the Icelandic authorities when it comes to reversing a crisis. I remember the solarium issue that you had related to a high incidence of skin cancer in the 80s or 90s, and you were able to reverse that. And when you can do something like that other countries spend 15 to 20 years on, I think there's hope for you to change the increase in using energy drinks as well.
Yes, I would think that we do have lots of infrastructure to make the change. As Frida stated, we have changed behavioral patterns like that before, and we can do that again. I think just that we need maybe a little more collaboration between sectors and institutions.
Yeah, I just say the same. We have to work together to solve this or tackle this problem. And I think that all this talk now about the effects will really help us to make the parents aware of the real problem, and they are a good help in this thing.
Thank you. I think, given how much we know already about the impact of caffeine on people, and particularly young people, I think there's no question that we need to collaborate within different sectors. But we also had to create a consensus because what the marketing forces typically do is that they try to blur the consensus. And once you have created a doubt in the minds of enough people, then you are preventing the consensus. So we need a consensus among those main institutions. I would see that the to educate people and acquire a mutual understanding of how withdrawal and withdrawal reversal actually works is really the way to go forward, so that people understand that these things are not harmless. And I would want to see us aggressively, much more aggressively, monitoring and regulating the importers and those individuals who are selling those products. Because, you know, for my money, it just isn't okay to lie to people. It's not okay to sell drinks to children and tell them that they are healthy when they are not. It should not be acceptable.
Thank you. I agree with some of the previous speakers also that there is definitely something to be gained from increasing consumer awareness of all these potential negative effects of a high caffeine take, and that is incidentally regardless of what source the caffeine comes from, whether it's energy drinks or not. But I think the unfortunate thing is that energy drinks have had this very mild image as something very similar to soft drinks in general. And this should definitely be tackled. When it comes to legislation, there's, in addition to what is the limitations of the different unions that we're in, the European Union, or limitations in the what you can actually regulate, but also you need to bear in mind that legislation requires political support, and this is of course an issue on its own and not something that we have had any chance to get into today. But here voluntary measures and consumer awareness can make up for some of the things that you cannot obtain through legislation.
Thank you, Sandra. And that is right. Frida, we are taking it very seriously. And we are facing, of course, I would say a new time where changes are happening very fast. And data from 2015 is not longer actual enough. So we have, of course, to see also the legal basis we have, and we have to be also aware that these rules that we already have in force might be because of the new data we have and the new challenges we have to be ready to take into that and to look and to rethink, I think, the regulation at it is. But I think we are doing that, for example, with this symposium. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions or comments from the audience? Yes, Þórhallur?
I'm just still struggling to understand the regulatory aspect of it because I mean, we have energy drinks that clearly shouldn't be sold to children, and then we have a gray zone where we can't really figure out if the 320 milligrams per liter is. We all agree that it's probably bad for children to consume them, but we still allow them in open sales. And this is the first time that we have, we actually have a soft drink or a food on the market that is on a gray zone regarding food safety for children. And I think it's unprecedented, so I'm struggling to understand. I mean, from protecting children, I mean, there must be more flexibility than for adults. And I mean, I think the wine monopoly here in Iceland has been withdrawing sometimes products from the market that have figures that actually try to appeal to children, and we are not far away from that here, actually.
Somebody who wants to reply on that? One thing I noticed was that the limit is based on the average consumption. Shouldn't it be based on the consumer consumption? because we have zero consumers a lot. So we are actually the limits are based on the average or median, but they should solely be based on those who are consuming the products. Or is somebody who could comment on that?
Well, thank you very much. I think it's a great point, and I think it actually speaks to the issue that I was highlighting, that if you have a gray, blurry area, you have a doubt in a number, in a sizable number of people. So it's still, just as you said, it's still pretty unclear to me where that lies with regards to the regulation of those drinks for youth. I understand that we have age restrictions, but do those age restrictions only apply to very highly caffeinated content? So which basically means that if you are 15, you can still buy the ones that still include really quite a considerable portion of caffeine. So, you know, in this respect, we have age restrictions that almost require you to have a degree in nutrition to understand. This is never going to work. So we need some clear framework.
Any more? Yeah, Hólfríður.
Yes, as Þórhallur mentioned, it is allowed to sell these drinks. What needs to be done to ban to sell energy drinks containing more than 15 milligrams caffeine per deciliter?
I mean, there's a very detailed description on what sort of data is sufficient in order to actually adopt some sort of legislation. I think you would have a hard time putting a limit at 15 milligrams per 100 milliliters based on the intake levels that we see today, but maybe in the future the intake levels are different, and of course legislation always needs to be revised. But I can only speak for the Danish government that we found that 32 we actually had scientific foundation for, so that is the limit that we chose. But whether it should be changed in the future, that might very possibly be something to look upon. But again, when you have these national measures, you cannot just change them. So the Food Administration cannot on its own decide that we need to change, for instance, a maximum limit for caffeine. It could also be an age limit for buying these products in the shop. Regardless of what legislative measure we're speaking of, there needs to be political support as well. So it's not just up to one administration to actually propose something like this.
I would like to add to the regulation aspect that actually Latvia and Lithuania, European countries, have implemented ban on sales to minors. I would say an 18 years age limit, and they didn't have any higher level of consumption than any of the Nordic countries. So it is possible, and it's proportionate in terms of the EEA agreement, and it's notified to the EU. So it's possible, okay? I'm from the Consumer Council, and what I think now is really, really confusing is that for parents and for children, they don't know what is safe and what is a risk. So what I see is that this picture is really difficult for consumers to understand. As long as we keep on talking about safe limits to children that are based on adult studies, and we say that a little is okay. Because if we say that a little is okay, then it's also legitimatizing a consumption among young people. And we should think about that. So what is needed is clear communication, and because this is important for consumers. So I think that is really something that needs to be discussed and put forward to the consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more? Yes? Do you want to reply?
I think I heard these arguments before, so I can answer once more. But it is like with many other things, or most things in society, that we have to find the middle road. There are a lot of things that may be banned, and we can ban everything we don't like. But there is, it's like you can't eat too much chocolate, and not too much. You can't drink too much energy drink. But we cannot say that something is very dangerous when we cannot prove it. So that's the reason for that. The problematic thing with energy drinks, when it contains caffeine, is that it's very easy to get caffeine from other sources. So then you have to go into, would you regulate caffeine as such? So, and of course that can be debated. But I don't think that there is anything wrong in saying that you can drink a little.
Correct me if I'm wrong. When in the warning signs on all drinks that contain 15 milligrams per deciliter, it says children, pregnant women, and lactating women. Why not adolescents? Because they don't consider them as children. Why not them? Because many adolescents, they weigh the same as some children.
We talked about that yesterday or the day before that. Here we have a definition of children here in Iceland, but not in Denmark. And it poses some kind of difficulty in the understanding of that. But it is because of the definition, what is a child and what is a teenager. It's not defined in Denmark, for instance.
Yeah, so it is, I mean, you could say that it depends on the reader. How is this interpreted? If you're a 12-year-old, how do you read it? Do you read it as you're a part of a children? If you're a 15-year-old, do you then consider yourself a child? So I agree there can be some misunderstandings and about the labeling requirement. But we must remember that as far as the data I've seen, then even the young teenagers, they can actually drink small amounts of energy drinks, where the warning statement actually says not to drink it at all. So I think there is also some nuance that get lost if you include teenagers in that labeling. But I haven't been a part of the process when the labeling was created, but it's definitely something that has been discussed thoroughly.
But wouldn't it be better to include them in the warning sign than being sorry in few years when we have new data? Would it be possible to do that tomorrow? Include adolescents in the labeling? We do have evidence, at least with the sleep disturbances, to include adolescents in that picture.
I can say very briefly it would not be possible to do tomorrow. It's a European requirement, so that takes quite a bit of time to change. So no, not tomorrow, unfortunately.
Optimistic. Yeah. Do we have more questions from the audience? Or comments?
I'm just thinking about all the other stuff that's in the energy drinks. Do we know enough about that? Like the pH value and everything?
Anyone?
I don't know anything about the pH value other than it's well known that low or high acidity is harmful for the teeth, but it's not something that is regulated in the food legislation.
We do regulate a number of other substances in energy drinks, at least in Denmark. We have also limits for taurine and for vitamins and minerals and amino acids and these types of substances that are also added to energy drinks. So they are also restricted, and this restriction is also based on a risk assessment of those substances.
And adding to that, we have, Sandra mentioned it before, that we have this European regulation about vitamins and minerals and other substances, and this is no common rules on that. So we have, of course, numbers from Norway, and from the risk assessment there, taurine and some substances that are added to energy drinks, and we can see. And but since they are not regulated, there is a gap there, and yeah, we don't know nothing about that. But what we know, for example, this product that has been imported here in Iceland, that none of them they contain sugar, all of them they contain amino acids. So we will see, of course, and this is a very great project probably to see how about the consumption of amino acids there through energy drinks also. It's not only caffeine, which we have to look into.
So, yeah.
If you allow, I can just try to say something about the pH. We just did a study that was just an in vitro study. It was published in the Norwegian Dental Journal this week. We looked at different acidic beverages and also sweets and confectionery. And for the energy drinks, we compared with some well-known cola type drink, and we have they contain different acids, and it seems as if the acid that the energy drink contained is sort of worse. It takes more to neutralize it than acids in other drinks. But also, we also done some. A colleague of mine did an animal experiment with an energy drink and a cola drink, and it seemed as if in that study the saliva helps in neutralizing the effect, so it wasn't that clear after that study. So this is a little difficult, but anyways, there's no doubt that these are acidic drinks, and it's not good for the teeth, as with the other acidic drinks. When it comes to the other components in the energy drinks, as I said, from my report or from our report, it's we couldn't find any difference between energy drinks and caffeine when it comes to effects when you have the same amount of caffeine in the same drinks. But I know there are studies on that, and I think that we are lacking a little information on that.
Sorry, I wanted to add about because Hallfríður asked about the regulation and banning energy drinks above or some amount. We have here in Iceland go a little bit further than other kind of way than Denmark and Norway. And this is very interesting for me to see how this development has already occurred in a very short time. So, of course, as I mentioned before, it brings challenges that we know now that we have to see and look into that right now. So that is for us, for example, we know that we have to work more together with the control authorities, and we know that we have to be more informative to the public also. And it is important also to notice that that could be not possible if to know before in advance. So it is very interesting to see that.
One last short question because we are...
Hi, Gunnar, nutritionist. I'm reading the ingredients of Nokko. We're talking about the ingredients. It got vitamin D, 100%. It's a fast-soluble vitamin. Is it something to... If I drink 3 bottles a day, I get 300% of vitamin D. To anyone comment on that?
You get 15 micrograms because it's a EU legislation, so it's okay. It's okay, but it is not a good source of vitamin D. But I want to thank MAST for organizing this session. It has been really nice, and all the speakers for their contribution. And yeah, and I think we have a lot of work ahead because this is a new problem we are facing. We didn't have. It was not such a huge issue just 2 years ago, and we need constant monitoring, and we need to find ways to get all the data that we need to make firm conclusions about this issue. And we need it now, because we don't know how this wave will develop otherwise. Thank you so much for your contribution.